Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's 9:01, so I will starting. Welcome to day 2 of the NSREG Conference on Nuclear Safety in Europe. I am still Anne McLaughlin, and I'm here to guide you through this second day, the last 2 sessions, which promise to be exciting. May I have my slide, please? Okay. That doesn't tell you much. Yes. Okay. Again, there will be interpretation to and from 4 languages. That's mainly, I didn't see many people with headphones, but they are available outside if you need to. And it's also for people who may be following the conference online. If you want to post on Twitter or X, here's the 2 hashtags you should use, please. There will be a short break between the 2 sessions, the 2 sub-sessions, from 10:45 to 11 o'clock, which is not very long, but long enough to stretch and maybe get a coffee. After the second session, of course, our conference president will wrap up the proceedings, and at 1:30 p.m. we will be ready to enjoy the reception offered by the European Commission. And, of course, please make sure your phones are on silent mode. Now, the second slide, please. Oh, maybe, do I? Yeah, okay. I didn't realize I had the slide pack. It is hard to argue that there are not enough conferences, meetings, or seminars about SMRs these days. NSREG nevertheless decided to put the topic on this year's conference because things move fast in the SMR world, and much has happened since 2022 when NSREG discussed the subject for the first time. We opted for a double session. As you can see, session 4A, this one, will focus on the issue of SMR licensing from the industry point of view, with a critique of the SMR scene by an expert consultant. In session 4B, a panel of regulators will report on their responses to the pressing demands of industry and government for coordination to make licensing SMRs smoother and cheaper. The Europeans may avoid use of the H word, that's harmonization, but whatever you call it, I think we are talking about how different regulators can adapt their approaches without losing their authority. We'll find out. And we will also mix the 2 panels in the final Q&A period. So we will be very numerous up here on the podium, but that means that everybody will have a chance to react, time permitting. So this first panel, whose name is Industrial Organization, will be introduced by Jan Panek, whom many of you will know as the Agile Master of Ceremonies at recent European Commission SMR events. Jan has been director responsible for nuclear energy, safety, and ITER at the Commission since January 2021. He joined the Commission in 2005, following a career in the Czech diplomatic service, and has served in both the Energy and the Justice Directorates General. His career is not easy to summarize, but I note that he has advanced degrees in geophysics and international economics and was a business consultant in the 1990s. Jan, please introduce the session.
Thank you, Anne. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of this event. And many thanks, Anne, for the introduction. And also thanks for being also an agile moderator for today and also yesterday. It's a pleasure to be at this event, which is so well attended. We have over 200 participants registered before the event, and I understand that the count yesterday stood at around 150, so that already shows that we have very good attendance, plus over 50 people connected remotely. So many thanks to all of you who made this event yesterday lively. It clearly shows that the topics that were put on the agenda are interesting. And one of them is indeed SMRs, and it was even highlighted yesterday by, I think it was you, Anne, who highlighted it as one of the key subjects of these 2 days. So it's only fitting that they receive this special attention in the form of a dual session that Anne has just described. Now, in the introduction to the first part, we will do a bit of a double act with Yves. I will try to say a few words about the Industrial Alliance on SMRs as part of the introduction, but he will then complement me, as it was him who was steering the preparatory works for the Alliance in the past 2 years. But first, let me give a bit of an overall frame very shortly by recalling the 2040 Climate Change Plan, which was published by the European Commission in the beginning of the year, and which emphasizes the need for further electrification with a fully decarbonized power system by 2040, showing that we will need to make use of all available low-carbon technologies. So renewable energy, complemented by nuclear energy, is projected to generate over 90% of EU's electricity consumption in 2040. And as we know, member states' right to choose their energy mix is safeguarded in European legislation, and it will continue to be fully respected, and this means that nuclear will be the technology of choice for a number of member states who will opt to use it for complementing renewables. Now, the deep decarbonization that will be required for 2040 will mean that we will need to shift focus to hard to decarbonize sectors and to bring low carbon energy also to sectors like transport, chemical and steel industry, district heating, not just electricity generation. And this creates opportunities for new nuclear technologies, and in particular SMRs. And this is indeed why the Commission launched in February the European Industry Alliance on small modular reactors. And I would want to recognize the contribution that a number of people here with us today made to the launch. Not only Yves, whom I mentioned, and who presided over the steering committee, the preparatory committee over the 2 years, but I would like to also mention the work that was done by Marco Brugmans and Sylvie Cadet-Mercier on behalf of ENSREC, and without them it would not have been possible to have the pre-partnership look so thoroughly at issues concerning regulatory aspects of SMR development and deployment and their licensing. So many thanks to both of them, and in particular for their well-thought representation of ENSREC interests, facilitation of the return of information between the preparatory committee and ENSREC, and big thanks to Sylvie for her leadership in the work stream on licensing. Now, as we moved from the pre-partnership stage to the launch of the Alliance, the role of the nature of the exercise, the nature of the initiative changed a bit. The Alliance's role is to facilitate safe deployment of SMRs, which will benefit decarbonization, but also security of supply and also the competitiveness of European industry. So this means it has to involve and it has to benefit companies relying on SMRs for energy supply, but also European companies involved in the supply chain for SMR construction and operation. Now, the deployment of SMRs and their operation will have to be taking place in accordance with European requirements for nuclear safety, radioactive waste and spent fuel management, as well as nuclear safeguards. This is clear. This is undisputable fact. So the facilitating role of the alliance has implications for further involvement of nuclear safety regulators in the exercise. In the pre-partnership stage, we were in an exploratory mode where we were trying to find out between the industry, the policymakers, the regulators, the general public, what is the scope, what is the opportunity for SMRs in Europe, and what are the ways to ensure that they are deployed timely and in a way that, as I said, respects all the safety, etc. requirements. Now, if the conclusion was that the best way forward is an industry alliance as an initiative driven by the industry that looks at facilitating deployment of SMRs, that obviously changes the way the regulators can engage in this exercise. Moreover, the alliance set for itself a key objective to see the deployment of first concrete SMR projects in the EU by the beginning of the next decade. That means it requires moving on from generic discussions on technology to stimulating the deployment of available market-ready SMR designs in concrete projects. So the SMR Industry Alliance will be project-based and should deliver benefits through specific individual SMR projects that, of course, will have to demonstrate commitment to nuclear safety. They will have to help developing and using European supply chain, and they will have to show respect for public engagement, for environmental sustainability, etc. So if the nature of the exercise now shifts towards ensuring deployment of concrete projects, the regulators quite understandably decided that they cannot be involved in the exercise in a way that would compromise their independence and objectivity by associating themselves with individual projects. So we will have to find a new way how the alliance can interact with regulators without losing the dynamics that we're creating in the pre-partnership stage, but while respecting the role of regulators in assessing and licensing individual SMR projects. Now, this cannot be taken lightly because we have received more than 300 applications for the alliance membership from very diverse type of entities, not only from SMR designers and representatives of the supply chain, but also research organizations, training and education, but also member states ministries, as well as NGOs, industry associations and others. We have held the first General Assembly with about 277 of the applicant entities at the end of May, and then established the first General Assembly, established the governing board of the Alliance, as well as 8 specific technical working groups. So the work of the Alliance will go ahead through the 8 technical working groups, focusing on different aspects related to the deployment of SMRs, and will then feed into a group of project-oriented work streams that, as I was explaining earlier, will focus on individual projects. None of these technical working groups, therefore, is on licensing for the reason that I explained before. There is a technical working group on nuclear safety that will be chaired and co-chaired by representatives of important companies from the nuclear sector. And this technical working group should start operating soon after the summer, and it has around 60 members that it indicated from within the Alliance membership that they want to contribute to the work of the technical working groups, of this technical working group. The technical working group should work on concrete topics which relate to nuclear safety, and therefore this group will have to find an efficient mechanism of collaboration with the work done in NSREC on SMRs and with regulatory authorities in member states. So we need to find the best possible way for the European alliance to interact with nuclear safety authorities while fully respecting their role and independence, as I was stressing earlier. Technical Working Group on Safety is not the only one that will have to have a good interaction with regulators. Another subject and another technical working group of the Alliance will focus on the collaboration between the Alliance and the public authorities on public engagement. It's clear that the credibility of SMR projects with respect to safety and with respect to their environmental impact will be particularly relevant for SMR designs, which are intended to be built in currently non-nuclear sites, often closer to populated areas, often integrated into industrial sites, etc. So this will be a new challenge for explaining and engaging with the public on the nature of those projects. There again, it will be important to listen to the views of not only the public but also of the regulators. We heard yesterday a very clear call how the operation of or the activities of nuclear safety regulators have to heed the principles of transparency and public involvement. So again, this is a field where a close interaction between the Alliance and NSREC members should be beneficial to all sides. So, without going into further details on the work and the structure of the Alliance, and maybe that is something that Yves can complement afterwards, I would like to say in conclusion that the current context of SMR development and future deployment in the EU creates not only a momentum but also an urgent need for the Alliance to swiftly deliver results, which cannot be done without a strong collaboration with the public and the nuclear safety regulators. So, when we consider the way forward, I think we also need to emphasize that the Alliance will operate in an EU setting where opinions on nuclear energy vary amongst member states. So it will be important that also the interaction between the Alliance and the public and the Alliance and the regulators reflects that there are diverse perspectives on nuclear, and it will be important to ensure the adherence to the principles of transparency, openness and inclusiveness. So this also, in my view, explains the format of the discussion this morning. Anne already mentioned that there is a sort of a dual-track structure to this morning. We were, on the Commission side, very much advocating for such dual track because what I said about the dialogue between the SMR community and regulators needs to translate into a very concrete two-way process. It is important that the SMR community understands and formulates its views on what the projects, the vendors, the operators expect from regulatory authorities. And this hopefully can start coming out from discussions, presentations like the one that we will see in this session. We will probably hear about the industry's expectation for speedy licensing, but I'm sure there is more to it to be heard and to be discussed. But at the same time, it will be also important to understand what the regulators expect from the industrial SMR projects, from their designers, from the vendors, from the operators. If the promise of SMR hinges on 2 or 3 key determinants, then one of them is obviously licensing. I think we heard about some of the others yesterday, production of in series of the technologies, but clearly licensing is one of them. Therefore, the discussion between the regulators and the industrial alliance has to be a two-way process where both sides clearly formulate their expectations, and hopefully somewhere there will be a common space to meet. And if not, I think it will be for the alliance to step in and help to create that common understanding. So with that expectation, with that hope, I will stop and I will hand over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jan, for that introduction to the alliance and the question of how regulators can be brought on board while staying in their own boat. So our next speaker is the face and the voice of the European nuclear industry in Brussels, and he is seated next to Jan Panek, as he has been many times, I think, at such events. Yves Desbazet excuse me, is Director General of Nuclear Europe, the organization representing the European nuclear industry vis-à-vis the European institutions. He spent a total of 18 years at EDF, including periods in the US and in Vietnam, and until joining Nuclear Europe in 2017 as Senior Energy Advisor in EDF's Brussels office. He holds degrees in electrical engineering and business administration. Yves, what does industry expect from the new SMR Industry Alliance?
Thank you, Anne. So maybe I will start a bit with giving a little bit broader perspective, maybe even a political perspective. So I think it's important also to understand where we stand today in respect of nuclear in general. Looking back at, I would say, the past 5 years, so more or less the von der Leyen Commission, I think we can highlight the fact that many things have changed over this period of time. We have had a pandemic, we have had a war on the border of Europe, and also a very significant energy crisis, which is more or less still around. It's not behind us yet. So I think this perspective changed a bit and has triggered a shift in the minds of many people, many players in Brussels and elsewhere. And much more emphasis now is put on the question of security of supply. I think it's something which has come very high in the agendas. Also the question of affordability for end users, being customers, individual customers, but also industry. So this context, in our view, is really something that should be clearly taken into account for the next commission that's going to take office by the end of this year. And we are convinced that it will also drive somehow the agenda, the political agenda for the years to come. In this respect, so the nuclear industry has published a manifesto last week that was signed by 44 organizations, so there are 16 national associations that we represent, and also 28 major companies involved, also, well, I would say the major players of the industry across Europe. This manifesto, I'm not going to give a detail of this because it can be found on the internet, but what we call for is somehow, in general, level playing field across low carbon technologies. And this level playing field should be on policies, and I think on that we've seen really a significant shift in the past years. It started with a taxonomy file where nuclear was included as a sustainable source of energy, and then many last files that came last in time. We've seen nuclear included at the net zero industry that contributes to the energy transition. The nuclear included also as eligible for in the electricity market reform to the contract for differences. And I'm not going to quote all of them, but I think it's something we also have to bear in mind. So this manifesto is available online. I was saying we also insist on the importance of being prepared for the capabilities increase of supply chain, skills also, which will be one of the major challenges moving ahead. I think it was discussed yesterday as well, but we believe it's an important thing. And then lastly, but no, so something probably very important also is the question of financing. On that, we also think that nuclear should be treated in the same way as other low-carbon sources. There are many today EU funds which are not available for nuclear, and I think which should be changed. Just one example, just transition mechanism. Nuclear is not eligible, and we believe it should be the case. And it's true that if you take the Americans, they're already created a fund for European countries that sort of help in transitioning from coal sites in Europe to SMR sites. So I think there is no reason why the EU cannot do the same. So maybe just on the question of now moving to SMR Alliance. So Jan said quite a lot on that, but I think what is, in my view, important is really to keep at sight what are the objectives. First, I think what is important to highlight is, I believe it's one of the first initiatives of the Commission in support to nuclear, or I would say accompanying something on nuclear which is very positive, and it creates a momentum. It creates a framework, but I think now it's to the industry to deliver. And when usually I have the question from my members, but what is this alliance going to do to deliver something? And my response is very straightforward. It will deliver something if the industry wants it to be effective. This is to the industry to put resources on this and make sure that things are kept on the move. And I think we have the support of the Commission to help us in that effort with the neutrality it needs, but at least we have a responsive, I think, we have a positive response on that, so we have now to do our homework. There are, as mentioned by Jan before, there are 8 technical working groups which are created. Some are being kicked off by now, some others will be after summer break. It covers many aspects, so including industrial application, the question of innovation, research, the question of skills, I was mentioning, supply chain. The other, like public engagement, safety, were already mentioned by Jan before. Fuel supply will be an important, very important thing, which was not so much discussed in the frame of the pre-partnership before. And this comes also with the question of sovereignty I was mentioning. So I think fuel supply will be very high in agendas, and the financing I already mentioned. For the sake of time, I will not say more, but I think when it comes to what the industry needs from this, what industry expects from this industrial alliance, it covers many aspects. We can already welcome something which is already on its way. This is the joint reviews, which is something that exists, not directly linked to the alliance, but could be used as a best practice. We can use as moving ahead. And then I will leave the time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yves, and thank you for thinking about timing. Yeah. We will no doubt come back to some of those points in the discussion. So one SMR design that has already been through a multi-country review, a regulatory pre-review, let's call it, is NUARD, the small PWR being promoted by French industry. Here to tell us about that experience is Karel de Knopper, who is NUARD's International Safety and Licensing Officer. He joined the company in 2023 after 30 years of experience in nuclear safety and licensing and industrial risk management in Belgium, including at the Doel Nuclear Power Plant and in the Tractebel Nuclear Engineering Group. He is vice chair of the World Nuclear Association's Cordell Group on Licensing and participates in ENIS. He holds advanced degrees in engineering and environment. Karel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anne, for this introduction. So I prepared some slides, but the important ones, they start at slide 4, so I propose we go straight to slide 4, if that's possible. Yes. So for us, some important elements of the global SMR licensing context are presented on this slide. So we as an industry, as a vendor, we are pursuing standardization of our design. So that's the need of industry to have a standardized design which can be deployed in different countries without major changes. Of course, confronted to today's reality, we all know, I think, that there are country-specific differences in regulatory frameworks, in expectations, in approaches. So that's something we have to face. Of course, this is not new. I think there have been harmonization initiatives around for quite some time, and they are still around with renewed attention. But of course, harmonization, it's a long-term objective, so it will take time. And in the meantime, as a vendor, we are designing our plans. And then there's a fourth element, which is not specific to SMRs, but important to mention, is a conviction of the importance of pre-licensing, so early engagement with the regulators, to address important design aspects, in fact, ahead of the official licensing process. I think I can go to the next slide myself. Yes. So how does it compare to Newart, the company for which I work? Standardization, yes, we pursue a standardized design. About differences between regulatory frameworks, yes, I will come back to joint early review, but we have seen in the discussions that it's confirmed that there are differences between regulatory expectations, requirements, approaches, etc. On the long-term harmonization, I think the most important internationally ongoing is NHSI or NESI from IEA. I think, well, recently we have seen the first results. So I think it's a very useful initiative, but of course, as I said, it will take time. There are a lot of parties involved. And in the meantime, we are designing. And then pre-licensing importance, yes, at Newart, we are convinced that pre-licensing is important. So in France, where the first is meant to be built, we have introduced a safety options file to the French safety authorities last summer. And internationally, in fact, we have the Joint Early Review Initiative, on which I will speak a little. It's not an official formal licensing or pre-licensing process. It's a new initiative, but in fact, it answers the same objectives as pre-licensing, which is early engagement with regulators on aspects, both regulators and the design, I think, could be important to address ahead of official licensing processes. So on the joint early review, just in a nutshell, because I'm convinced you've all already read about it or heard about it. So just to remind the main objectives, so to have exchanges with a number of international regulators on our design and our safety approach. And this, for us, the objective is to be able to, in the early design phases we are in now, we finalized conceptual design, we started basic design, is to inform our design process with feedback of several regulators on how this would be looked at in their own regulatory frameworks. So we And a third objective is to enable all participants to learn, of course learn about our design, but also learn about each other's regulatory frameworks and expectations when you apply it to a concrete design, which gives always new insights, I think. So the first phase we concluded over 1 year between 2022-2023. So this was with 3 countries, with France, with Finland, and with the Czech Republic. There have been summary closure reports published on this first phase, both by the regulators group as by Newart, and these are available on our website. Because of the positive feedback of the first phase, together we agreed that we could enter a second phase, which is ongoing right now. So 3 more European countries have joined the initiative, being Sweden, Poland, and the Netherlands. We started in December 2023. The second phase is ongoing. In fact, we had a meeting only last week in Finland. We intend to finalize most of technical discussions still this year and to have closure meeting and closure reports early next year. And to come to my final slide, so the importance of joint early review as we see it in the context of international harmonization initiatives. So joint early review contributes to creating enabling conditions for harmonization. So one of the feedback from the first phase was that sharing between regulators could motivate regulatory changes and harmonization, but on a voluntary base, of course. We think that if in this way you can go to more harmonization, this will create enabling conditions to have more possibilities for leveraging other regulators' reviews. And this, for us as an industry, I think will be very important. If you go from a first-of-a-kind to an end-of-a-kind licensing, that's important for industry that the efforts which have been put in the first-of-a-kind licensing by one experienced regulator, there should be approaches, practices to enable leveraging of this review when you go to end-of-a-kind licensing of the same design, but in different countries and by other regulators. And then just to conclude, to mention, so as a precursor to the European Industrial Alliance, there was the European SMR pre-partnership in which there was work stream 2 on licensing, which was a regulator work stream. So reading the closure report, I think with the joint early review, we are quite close to the conclusions of this report. As Yves has explained, we are going now to the European Industrial Alliance, but this will be an industry, complete industry initiative, but of course we will take on board the learnings we have from the pre-partnership work stream 2 also. So that's all from my side.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carol. It's interesting to note that when NSREG met in 2022, the joint early review had not begun, although it was kind of mentioned without the word, without the name by Syndicat des Merciers. But today it is already in its second phase. So that seems to show that some organizations, anyway, are moving along on that magic pathway for mutual or common design acceptance. I don't know what is the proper term. So our second designer vendor comes from another one of those startups with fun names that seem to be emerging everywhere. But this one, Nucleo, is multinational with at least 8 locations stretching from London through Lyon to Torino, where it was born. Maybe that's why its name is written half in italics. Sorry, it's early. Uh, Stefan Kalpena joined Nucleo in July 2023 as Global Licensing Director after 5 years in a similar position at the ITER organization. Before that, he worked for 15 years in licensing, environment and safety for regulators in France and in the UK, as well as at the IAEA and the European Commission. Stefan has degrees from France's top engineering schools and works out of Nucleo's offices in Lyon. Nucleo's designs are indeed small, modular, and reactors, but they feature a technology with which most Western regulators have had little or no experience. For our panel, it illustrates the additional challenges for the licensing processes that such technologies face. So, Stefan, we look forward to your explanation.
Thank you very much. Okay, Nucleo is used to be a startup. We shouldn't be calling Nucleo a startup anymore, maybe a scale-up. We have raised €500 million. We are currently raising another additional 1 billion. So we may become sooner rather than later a unicorn. We've got 700 employees. And we are not that new somehow in terms of technology because we do gain benefit from 25 years of research in Italy, thanks to Enea, which is the Italian Atomic Energy Agency, and other R&D programs to know more about the behavior of the lead in reactors. We've got 14 patents, and we are located, as it was said by Anne, in different countries with many offices, as you can see, and we try to get closer to smart engineers to ensure they can join our company. I'm going to try to use this device. Okay. So I wanted to express something which is important. It's how to reduce the timeline for SMRs. I need to remind that there are private companies with private money, private investors. So if we say that we can build a reactor in 10 years, then you will have several billionaires granting money. If you say it's in 15, 20 years, it would be zero. These are cliff edge effects in terms of investments. So it's very important that we all participate in this momentum to reduce the timeline. So 2 bullet points here. SMR are necessary, of course, we said it, to decarbonize mankind activities for electricity supply, for heat supply, but also for desalinization, which is important, hydrogen supply, access to low-capacity power grids in longer-term prospect, and maybe maritime propulsion and more. We've got a demand from maritime propulsion with nuclear, and it shouldn't be overlooked. Because of a huge capitalistic investments, the private sector needs cheaper new build capital cost with still a reasonable return on investments with a short-term prospect, as I said, and with a reasonable timescale. The nuclear acceleration should be technologically neutral, as it was said by Mark Foy yesterday. The nuclear acceleration should be public-private sector neutral too. Most of our regulations were established for public sector. And maybe we need to review our regulatory regime to be geared to the private sector. So meaning that timescales for licensing and construction shall be reasonably reduced. We need to drastically cut down nuclear accident probability, of course, to be convincing. If not, what's the objective of SMRs? And related consequences, to facilitate getting closer to population as needed. That's important. We may suggest that with a dose rate, a dose intake of 1 millisievert outside the fence, in case of unlikely severe accidents, would be ideal, maybe, if very close to population. If not, maybe we should be located close to existing nuclear power plants, as it was said by Massimo Gariba yesterday. To be on a safe location. Maybe the spent fuel intermediate storage should be away from reactors in a dedicated place pending reprocessing for a sustainable nuclear energy prospect and to ensure that the source term is reduced if we are close to population. Lastly, a national regulator maybe needs to foster nuclear newcomers on the complex regulatory pathway, and that's the case in France, and it should be the case soon in the UK and maybe other European countries with nuclear. So in France, you can see phase one, we have had more than 12 meetings, full-day meetings with ASN to talk about technical aspects, to present our technology. So it's a huge effort performed by the regulator for SMR companies, and we need to thank them for this boost, which is very important for all those private companies. And now we are tackling the phase two, where we're going to be submitting official documents for pre-licensing, anticipating the real licensing phase. Likewise, for the MOX company, or the MOX factory we want to establish, because not only do we need reactors, but we need the fuel as well, and it's always overlooked in presentation. So we do try to license a small pilot line to manufacture the MOX fuel as well. And we did embark on this licensing process with the French regulatory authority. Likewise, in the UK, we will launch the GDA, General Design Assessments. So we have been drafting a lot of documents. We are trying to comply with what was expected by the ONR, including maturity of design, to be sure that we can start this process and to be escorted on the licensing pathway in the UK as well. Regulation is to accept industrial risks, which is not the case yet. So those are proposals to accelerate, because the Commissioner yesterday talked about speed, Magwood as well. We need to deal with, what did he say, environmental crisis. So it's important to facilitate civil engineering construction, maybe just the concrete without equipment, before the nuclear license. I know it's disruptive, but if you want to accelerate construction of SMRs, we need to anticipate construction and pre-construction maybe. Of course, we need adequate permits and arrangements with regulators, but then it's on our own risks. And if not, there will be a nice building resisting to seismic events. Maybe it could be used for other purposes, especially if we are close to existing nuclear power plants. Site permits duration is to be reduced as well. It's between 2 and 3 years. With national site selection and preparation. I'm sure we can make efforts in most countries to reduce this timeline. Regulation should be reviewed to attract private investments, along with public investments, of course, for enhanced nuclear acceleration, but I've already explained this aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for all that information and for your suggestions, in fact. Well, one thing the SMR industry seems to have in abundance is enthusiasm, as well as impressive amounts of financial support from governments, but also private investors. And sorry for calling you a startup. I won't do it again. Yeah. Is it time for a reality check? Our next speaker has some questions about SMR licensing can be conducted in practice. Christoph Pistner joined the Öko-Institut, the Institute of Applied Ecology in Darmstadt, in 2005. He specializes in nuclear safety and risk analysis and serves as advisor to the German Federal Environment Ministry, including as deputy head of the Reactor Safety Commission. With a doctorate in physics, he has authored or co-authored numerous studies for German authorities, including one on SMRs published in 2021 and one on advanced reactors earlier this year. Christoph, what questions does the SMR community still have to answer in your view?
Yeah, thank you, Anne, for having me here on this podium. And I just want to raise some questions, because what we are talking about here, to my understanding, is safety. And so far, I've not so much heard about safety. Thanks, Mr. Kalpena, for clearly stating that future SMRs must be safer than what we have today. My first question would be to start with, what do we mean when we are talking about SMRs? Depending on our understanding of what an SMR is, different questions, regulatory questions and other questions will arise. And we have two very different concepts here on the podium, being it light water reactors as we know them already, or being it totally different concepts. And depending on what we understand under SMRs, we will have different regulatory questions to face, and we will have different advantages but also disadvantages possibly. So we should be sure what we are talking about, not to mix arguments that fit to one of the technology lines or reactor concepts with those questions that we have with others. Of course, the first answer to what are we talking about is in the name of SMRs, so we are talking about smaller reactors and modular reactors. With respect to small, of course, the first issue is that these reactors, possibly due to the lower capacity, they will have a much lower nuclear inventory in the reactor core, and therefore we have the discussion about siting requirements and needed emergency protection zones, and we can probably move these facilities nearer to industry or to public facilities. But on the other hand, then, if we do so, we increase the risk again. Instead of being in the same distance than we had before, we are getting closer to the public. Another point when we talk about small is that we could possibly use more passive safety features, and we will then probably use less personnel within these plants. But of course, with passive safety features, as you all know, we also have questions to face. How do we test these systems? How do we evaluate those passive safety features? Can we test them during operation of the plant, or can we just test them on test stands? We will also have to face the question, when we strongly rely on passive safety features, do we still have a defense in depth approach to safety as we know it from larger facilities, or will this change? And how do we understand the future defense in depth approach for these systems? Do we trust the safety features and the analysis that we have to the degree that we really believe that we will not need human intervention in case of any circumstances that might arise in these plants? So are we really confident with decreasing the personnel on site, or do we have to expect the unexpected? So this brings us, from my point of view, to the fundamental question of, will we make SMRs safer than today's reactors? Will we require them to be safer? Or will we then opt for a graded approach, as we believe them to be safer, and release SMRs from some safety requirements so that they are not safer than what we have today? If we require SMRs to be safer, how safe will be safe enough? Will we have specific safety targets for SMRs, different than for larger ones? Remember that when we are talking about SMRs, we will have much more facilities than we will have with large reactor plants. So we are talking about 10 times or 20 times or 30 times as much facilities. So will the individual facility have to have higher safety targets than those that we have today? A second aspect, of course, with small modular reactors is the aspect of modularity, which is mostly discussed from my point of view under the effects on efficiency and costs. But how will modularity impact safety? Of course, modularity might increase safety. We might produce important components in a standardized central facility. But up to now, no SMR has been built on a truly modular basis. Only small reactors exist today, but no small modular reactors as we might understand them. So how will we in the future control that the actual production quality is up to the standards that we want to? We've heard yesterday that a lot of new companies are entering the business. We will have different supply chains than we had in the past. So how will we do quality control? And what would it mean if something goes wrong with quality, when we have a lot of plants with the same components being mass produced that have a quality problem in it? And then, of course, there will be the questions of liability. I don't think we will discuss it today, but it's also a very important problem from my point of view. If we are talking about standardized designs that we will use in different countries worldwide, who is going to be responsible for problems that will arise in some of these designs? All this holds true for all SMRs, to my understanding, but especially to the light water-cooled reactors. But a second answer on what do we understand under SMRs might also be advanced reactors. And advanced is meaning different from what is today. My first point would be that advanced does not necessarily mean safer or better, but different. That's not bad in itself, but it's also not good in itself. Basically, the advanced concepts that we are talking about, be it sodium-cooled, be it lead-cooled, be it gas-cooled, or be it molten salt reactors, are concepts that are technologically very different from what regulators know today and what industry as well as regulators have much less experience to judge these systems. And the safety issues we will face will be different, as well as the technological solutions to these questions. As the IAA checked their regulatory system, the relevant aspects of new regulatory questions, they said, would cover the design issues for the reactor core, of course, because we will have different mechanisms in the reactor cores. The need for and the layout of a containment. Will we still need a containment when we are talking about TRISO-fueled reactors? The fuel licensing and the fuel handling and storage systems will be different than what we have today. But also, the probabilistic safety assessment methodology might be very different for those kind of systems. And do we have the data we need to really do probabilistic analysis to the degree that to assure us how safe these systems are? And of course, last but not least, what is the actual event spectrum that we have to take into account with these kind of systems? There will be questions with respect to other issues like waste management and non-proliferation security issues, as there will be different fuels used in these kinds of systems. So there is still, from my point of view, a large bunch of questions that still have to be discussed. Of course, we heard for some of these questions that with respect to regulation, one of the solutions would be to formulate a risk-oriented instead of a prescriptive regulation. So just give them the targets and then industry would have to show that these targets are fulfilled. Of course, this is some rather possible solution to the problem of the different questions that I've raised. But of course, it only partially solves the regulator's problem because, of course, the developers will have to prove how they are going to meet these targets, and the regulator will have to check these proofs. He will have to understand the systems, he will have to follow what the developer has done, and he will have to give his go on these systems. So, especially with respect to the advanced systems that we are talking about at some places, how do we compensate missing operational experience? Do we trust in test stands that cover parts of the relevant phenomena? Do we trust in computer models and codes, which much less information contained in these codes than what we have for water-cooled reactor systems? Or will we need demonstration reactors that have to provide us with sufficient operational experience before we engage in mass productions, but that then will take much longer time spans to build and operate? So, governments in several countries worldwide push the development of SMRs of all types. In this context, regulations might be seen as an unnecessary and excessive burden, and that we have to ease it and make it more efficient because of the expected benefits claimed by the SMR developers. But I think we must not forget that it's not the role of the regulator to enable SMR concepts. It's their duty to ensure safety. The burden of proof for at least comparable or possibly enhanced safety lies with the developers. If we want regulators to be more efficient, it's, from my point of view, a simple solution. Give them more money, give them more personnel, and especially give them the freedom to do a good job without outside pressure to enable SMRs. To strengthen this regulatory position, I also think we need a well-informed public debate. Often the public information, especially with regard to advanced concepts, from my point of view, is extremely scarce. There have been several pre-licensing activities going on worldwide, but the results of those are often not available to the public or only very limited summaries. I would ask regulators, but also the industry itself, to put more in-depth information about their concepts online to make a discussion about the real safety risks and safety advantages of their systems possible. Only very limited independent analysis with respect to the promises made by the developers is available to the general public, and these are often based on incomplete information. So to ensure trust, what we've heard yesterday, which is very important for the regulators, I would ask the regulators to bring more and detailed information on the expectations of the regulators and on the solutions from the developers to the general public, to have an informed debate about the actual safety level and the safety questions related to SMRs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christoph. I noted that you brought together all the themes of the conference in your remarks. The question of resources, the question of trust, the question of freedom. So congratulations for that. I'd like to ask straight away, number one, what kind of information, more in-depth information, would you like? Can you just give me an example very quickly?
I mean, I think we would need more real information about how are the safety systems designed. What is your understanding of defense in depth? Where do you say we have different levels of defense that are independent from each other, that function on the different safety levels, and how are they interacting with each other? So what are your requirements with respect to these safety systems? Will they be operational systems? Will they be safety license systems? So really show us your safety concept.
Okay. Now, Carol, and then Stefan, are you ready? Would you be able to share such information to facilitate the public debate? Is it too early? How do you react to that, Carol?
So we are still in early design phases, so it means our design can still make an evolution. So it's not easy to share already a lot of detail with the public. On the other hand, of course, we're all commercial organizations, and we have some limitations on sharing details of the design with respect to competition. I think once you go to official licensing phase, then I think there are laws about publicity of information which allow that sufficient information is available to the public. There is also some limited information on every SMR concept around in the world in the IEA booklet on SMRs, which gives some details anyway on the safety systems which each SMR design has. But it's always a balance between what can we share. It's not only because we don't want to be open on it, it's also because of commercial interests and these kind of things. But I think also inside of NESI there is a working group which has been working on this, so I'm interested in the results of that.
Okay, Stefan, would you comment?
Yes, I agree with this request. I think it's important to display safety features, independence, the concept of defense in depth. And in France, it's a right. Any citizens can ask the licensing documents and can browse through thousands of pages to see all the details anyway. So in the pre-licensing phase, maybe it's still under discussions with the regulatory body, so it could be more complicated, but I'm sure we can make some efforts to display more during the pre-licensing phase. But for licensing phase, for me, I don't understand because everything is public. Maybe we need an effort to make something more understandable for the public. Maybe that's the key issue. Thank you.
Okay. Just another thing that another question that Christophe brought up, and that is the safety level or the safety targets for SMRs. Also to our industry panelists, how do you understand this requirement for greater safety that seems to be being put forward for SMRs, for new designs? Is it absolute, as I think I understood Christophe to say, or is it in fact a trade-off for being closer to the public? Stéphane, peut-être? The mic is on.
Yeah, merci beaucoup. For the time being, for nuclear, we want to start where nuclear facilities are to ensure a certain speed. It's important to say that if you want to start somewhere in the middle of the countryside, then you will need to know about seismic spectra. So we'll have to perform a study, maybe during 2, 3, 5 years. Whereas if you are close to nuclear facilities, you can benefit from a lot of parameters which were agreed with regulators. And then you will get time on the timeline. So that's very important to understand that if we want to launch the process, we need to be reasonable and to start close to nuclear facilities. Then later on, in the long-term prospect, we need to anticipate how to get closer to population. And in that prospect, then we need to reduce the source term, I mean, this, accident scenario consequences. And my thought is to ensure that we are compliant with the European limit of 1 millisievert of dose intake outside the fence if we are close to population, because it's already agreed by 28 countries, including UK. So maybe it's a good idea to try to comply with this limit. Thank you.
Okay, and Carol, can you?
Yes, so we have as a design objective also that at the fence, if speaking in terms of when our objectives that our objective would be O2 at the fence, so not O3, so meaning that no need for sheltering nor evacuation. So it's a design objective also for our SMR. And I think it's, if you want to go closer to populations, then it's quite logical you have this kind of objectives.
Okay, let me go back. We will be talking about safety in more detail, much more detail, in the second panel session after the coffee break, and then we will come back to it in this mixed session, perhaps. But I want to turn to Jan Panek and just talk a more practical issue. That is, how much money or how much time could be saved in deploying SMRs in Europe under a unified, notably streamlined licensing approach? I think the U.S. licensees work under such a regime in the U.S., but we'll hear more about that later. And is this in fact the motivation behind the industrial alliance? And is non-coordinated licensing the major obstacle to be overcome for that initiative to succeed?
There are several questions in one.
Close to the mic.
Close to the mic. That assumes that what I'm going to say makes sense. Let me first react to maybe as a sort of a preamble before replying to your questions, and I will have to ask you to please rerun the questions one after the other, but because I did not take them down all. But as a preamble, I think the discussion in the last 5 minutes was very important, but also I think missed one important element, at least the way I heard it. I think we should be careful not to create the impression that SMRs will have to be subject to some more stringent standards, and that by implication means that the traditional installations can operate in some kind of a more relaxed regime just because they are over the horizon and the SMRs will be closer to populated areas. I think this would be a mistake. We have a common set of stringent safety standards in Europe, discussed yesterday, and everybody aware of them, but modeled on the basis of the safety objectives. So the implications of those requirements, the concrete transposition or translation of those requirements into conditions for individual projects may obviously differ, but it will always be based on the strongest or strictest safety requirements that we apply in Europe to all nuclear installations. Now, those are set at European level, correspond to internationally agreed highest standards, etc. So I don't think that in response to your question there is a risk of some sort of a regulatory arbitrage, but what you could in EU. But of course what you could see would be that projects based on the same design would be rerunning same procedures with the national regulator in each jurisdiction. And I very much in that regard applaud the efforts that were described by Carol about the joint review that was done already with 3 and now 6 regulators, which is trying to look at optimizing that process to minimize the need for redoing things from scratch, without in any way negating the fact that it will be in each jurisdiction the national regulator that ultimately makes the decision and is responsible for the licensing of the project within its territory. Now, you asked how much time would be saved by this optimization. Of course, the Commission, as omniscient and omnipotent as it is, has no idea whether this is, X 100 or F 100 millions. But I think it stands to reason that if you streamline those processes, if you have regulatory cooperation that will allow avoiding duplications in the licensing processes, that clearly saves time, and time is money. Now, how much can be saved? I think that's more for the industry to quantify, because they know what their costs are, and I'm sure the regulators are doing what they are doing in the case of Newark, because they have some idea how that also saves cost for the economy. Now then, there was a question, sorry, this was the first one, how much time will be saved? And then you were asking?
Is the streamlining of licensing the major obstacle not the streamlining of licensing, but the fact that the licensing procedures and requirements even are not coordinated, or not sufficiently coordinated? Is that the major obstacle to success of introduction of SMRs and AMRs in Europe?
So I think we've been saying always that the fulfillment of the promise of SMRs hinges on several things. One is the capacity or ability of the industry to develop industrial processes for production in series, and therefore move up economies of scale, and of course experience curve as well, to reduce the cost. Another one is the ability of SMRs to respond to use cases outside of mere power generation or electricity generation domain, and The third one is, indeed, licensing that shortens the time for individual projects to be licensed. Now, is the current situation an obstacle? I don't know. We are not in a situation where there are projects applying for licenses left and right? So I think it's impossible to judge on the basis of practical evidence and hard data. But I think it's evident that what the regulators, what the 3+3 now regulators are doing on New Earth is not motivated by some sort of a academic curiosity. It's motivated by an evident need to ensure that the processes for licensing can be done in a coordinated, not necessarily harmonized way.
Okay, thank you. We talked about the need to unify and harmonize on the licensing, on the regulatory side, and that was the subject of this panel. What does the industry expect from regulators or hope from regulators? But I'd like to ask you, Yves, to summarize what you think that the industry itself has to do. What are some initiatives that the industry could take up to help regulators? When we were discussing earlier the panel discussion, Jan Panek suggested that it might be possible for industry to develop a standardized format for licensing data. Do you think that would help? Is it possible? What can industry do?
Yes. First of all, I think we have to, and I believe everybody is aware in this room that we're talking about things which are not easy. If there was an easy fix, I think nobody would be here. So my first comment is yes, there are some improvements. No, we do not believe that there will be a solution, a miracle from scratch coming tomorrow, and then we'll find some ways to have a one-stop shop, single licensing process coming up. I don't think it's really what we have in mind. I believe, and I think it's one of the things which have been carried out in the pre-partnership under the work stream 2, which was in charge of safety, driven by Sylvie, by the way. I think it was already a very important step. Let's understand first what are the national specific peculiar characteristics and requirements on safety and understanding the licensing process of each of the regulators in order to identify what are the common grounds and what are the differences, when there are differences, where they're coming from, and how to, in a way, try and address those concerns. So I think, it will be discussed during the regulator discussion after, so I'm not going to say more. But I think on the industry side, what we want to achieve is to, I think first we have to be, I think the industry also have to be on its side capable of first understanding the regulatory framework. And it's important to start with this. Come up with some designs which are mature enough so that they can be assessed. And I mean the maturity depends also of what is to be assessed, truly. We cannot expect a design to be and I believe also what is important is to start the process as soon as possible so that we can already identify the potential hurdles. And I think it's also important to have this in mind. Then there are a lot of things that can come into play. We clearly see some benefits in trying to license a product and making it having a distinction between what is I would say not site related and what is site related. Also have some potential, some common risk requests being defined that are keep a certain level of requirements that somehow can be can have some common approach. The joint early reviews that we've discussed before, I think, is really very best practice moving ahead. And also, when it comes to the Industrial Alliance, it was reminded by Jan as well. This is a project-related Industrial Alliance. So when we say project-related, it means design, precise design, concrete examples, concrete applications. And I think it's something we also have to understand. It will be much more efficient to take concrete examples and go through this example and see where we go, instead of keeping a very high level in principle things. Yeah, and I think this is really the purpose of this alliance is to have to go into the concrete.
But doesn't that implicitly favor the projects that are selected for the Industrial Alliance?
The idea is to take the projects that will be supported by the alliance, and on that, the governing board has to work and maybe start showing the final list of projects. This should come a little bit later this year. I would say the first selection, then the list will not be over, and some projects that may be not selected in first stage because of a lack of details may be selected later on. So it's not something where you have get closing logic and then it's the end. Yeah, no, we are not. And then if your question is, are we going to favor only designs for European designs? The answer is no. The objective is really to, and there were some criteria that were defined in the terms of reference. There are a few constraints that comes also into play when the project have to be selected. But if project meets those objectives, there is no reason that it will not be selected under the alliance.
Okay. Actually, the question about will there be only European designs? That wasn't my question, but thank you for answering it. It's a very good question. I'd like at this point to open the floor to the participants, and be aware I can't really see you because we have bright lights, but please hold your hand up high for Jan.
Again, the first one, okay. Yeah. I have two questions, I think, or one remark and one question. The remark is to Yves de Bay. You said that under the taxonomy, nuclear was defined as sustainable. Nuclear is defined under Article 10.2, which are technologies that temporarily can get support in order to make a change towards sustainable energy system, which means it is, per definition, non-sustainable technologies. Keep that in mind if you talk about nuclear. It's a non-sustainable technology under Article 10.2. Words matter if we talk with one another. That was the remark. Then the question is, I want to go back a bit to the start, to Jan Panek, and maybe also others, but mainly to Jan Panek. It's a pity there's nobody from the regulators there. I am still surprised.
They will be here, lots of regulators later on.
Yeah, good. But I'm surprised still about the role of the European Commission within the, well, first pre-partnership and the alliance. I was very surprised about the role of NSREC within the pre-partnership. I think there has been tension between the independents from regulators within the pre-partnership. And if I hear your description, I'm still not completely put at ease that in the cooperation with the Industrial Alliance, the European Commission is taking sufficient distance, and especially ANTRAC is taking sufficient distance. Can you give me more information to ease my mind there?
Depends on how easily your mind is eased.
Knowing you, Jan, I cannot ease your mind. And
close to the microphone.
okay. But this is the value why we need you and other representatives of NGOs like the one that you represent in the debate. There is a distinction between the pre-partnership stage and the alliance now. As I was explaining earlier, the pre-partnership stage was exploratory. It was not intending to judge it was intending to explore whether there is case for SMRs in overall approach to decarbonization, and hence there was a work stream that looked at the potential use cases for SMRs in Europe, whether there is a capacity or potential in the European supply chain that could provide at scale and speed required the manufacturing ability to produce those technologies in Europe, whether there is an innovation potential in Europe that would allow a continuous advancement or progress of the design development so that SMRs can be a long-term solution, can evolve in design so that they provide a long-term solution, so that we have both kind of ready designs that could be deployed by the beginning of next decade. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for decarbonization. But that also can evolve so that in 2040, 2050, 2060, we would still not be deploying the same designs of the 2030s. Whether there is also the possibility to, or whether there is a chance that licensing could be conducted in a way that is not leading to the same timelines that are actually currently observed with large-scale projects, because with the number of projects that you would need to deploy, the SMR projects that you would need to deploy, obviously you could not keep the same timelines. So that was the purpose of the pre-partnership, to explore all these facets and say, okay, fine, does it make sense to actually expect SMRs to be part of the decarbonization story with some credibility and with some tangible effect? The conclusion of that exploratory stage after 2 years was that, yes, there are positive responses possible to all of those elements that I have mentioned. Hence, the industry came to the conclusion that the best way to go forward is to set up an industry alliance, and the Commission, based on its understanding of the decarbonization process, said yes, if the industry is able to get SMRs quickly off the ground, this can help decarbonization, and therefore the Commission is ready to facilitate that industrial activity or industrial initiative of the Industry Alliance, fully knowing that there are only some member states that will want to benefit from that as part of their energy mix, while others will not. So I don't know if that eases your mind, probably doesn't, but for me it explains the difference between the two stages. It explains why also the regulators could perfectly legitimately, in my view and understanding, be part of the pre-partnership, because it was not committing them to any decision whether SMRs or nuclear is appropriate or not, or whether it should be or should not be developed. They were exploring whether licensing processes and regulatory framework in Europe can be conducive to their deployment. Now, once we moved to the alliance stage, it was, again, to me, quite obvious that the regulators said, well, from now on, this is something we cannot be an integral part of. Because if the objective of the alliance is to work on or work with individual projects and see their timely deployment by the early 30s, then obviously we cannot be at the same time impartially assessing them and at the same time working on helping them along. So hence, we cannot be part of it. I should not speak for the regulators. This is for them to explain. But to me, this makes sense, and it shows clearly the difference between the two stages. And I think it also gives the assurance that you are seeking, even if it's not convincing you, that the regulators will maintain their independence and impartiality because they will not be part of the alliance. But as I was explaining earlier, the alliance, I think, needs to make sure that it establishes the right channel of permanent communication with the regulators, because the regulators will be doing their work on their side, and the alliance needs to be able to feed that, to inform that, but also learn from that, or the industry in the alliance. I think there was a good example of the safety demonstration that was brought by Christoph, and of the importance of the public engagement work stream or work group in the alliance, because the public will quite logically ask all those questions that Christoph put on the table, and the industry needs to have credible replies to it. Otherwise, the local populations will just not be ready for accepting the projects. But at the same time, the regulators will be facing the questions from the public, asking, how did you assess that project favorably? Why did you license it? So the industry will have to, the project promoters will have to reply to the public on those topics, and the regulators will have to reply to the public credibly on a very similar question. So it's extremely important that actually the two are talking to each other to inform each other. Now, I see that Jan is urging for a follow-up question, so I will stop.
It can be very short. You did not say very much about the distance from the Commission. And what I did not understand is when I heard from Yves about the alliance, the public engagement work stream was not in the 8 working groups. So that's confusing me. Is it in or is it not in?
No, it's included. Huh? It's included.
It's included. Okay, that's important.
And just to little bit follow up on what Jan was saying, in the same logic, during the pre-partnership, there was nothing on public engagement. And we said this is important. And it was highlighted during the stakeholder meeting that took place last autumn, in 23. We said when the times come, and if it comes, because it will, at that time the decision was not made yet, this notion of public engagement should be fully embedded into the alliance, and also the other aspect which I also said before, fuel supply was not also included, and I see we also consider that this should be included. Safety was not there yet as such, because there was NSREG for the reason Jan was explaining. So then the logic of the alliance is different from what we saw initially. It's a different animal, and we are going to do and deliver different things. And I think it's important to understand this.
Then the role of the EC, Jan, the distance from the EC, are you not pushed by the Council and the amount of countries in there in the nuclear alliance to be so deeply in? Are you resisting that as Commission? And can you keep sufficient distance so that we still can see the Commission as facilitative and not as promoter? Because that is the feeling I now have, that we have a Commission which is promoter, pushed by the nuclear alliance, and not a facilitator. And I want to be put at ease there, because I love working with you people.
I can only confirm that the role of the Commission with respect to the industry alliance on SMRs is modeled and follows the standard way of Commission involvement with industry alliances. And that indeed is a facilitating role. That's why we have been involved in the preparation of the governing board, taken the lead in organizing the discussions in the governing board, but we are not in any way changing the position of the Commission on Commission's involvement in industry alliances in general. And it's not certainly under the influence of nuclear alliance of member states, which now indeed is quite active and counts about half of the member states. This was not the motivator, this was not the driver in our decision in the beginning of the year to help the industry alliance from the initiative of the industry to take off. Our motivation was, as I was explaining, coming from the clear realization that the 2040 climate target communication indicates that we will need all low carbon sources and that we will need to drive in Europe deep decarbonization, which also needs to go into the hard to abate sectors. And there, the role of SMRs, based on all existing technical knowledge, is quite crucial.
Okay, may I have another down in the front row, please, Mark Foy.
Thank you very much. The panel has discussed a range of challenges and asks of regulators, so thank you very much for that. But in general, national regulators are up to the challenge, and we've heard evidence that they are already rising to these with multilateral collaboration and cooperation on assessments and licensing. But industry's got a role as well. Stephanie asked regulators to accept industrial risk before the license. It's not the regulator's risk to accept, it's for prospective licensees to accept the risk, particularly where manufacturing and construction come before a safety justification has been fully developed and agreed. ONR has worked with industry on such an approach in the past, but we've got experience where the design has failed to meet the standards required, and then expensive remedial physical modifications have resulted. So regulators are willing to work in an enabling way, but industry's got to accept the risks where it fails to meet the standards required. There may well then be some costly remediation necessary.
Thank you, Mark, to give me the opportunity to speak more about this important topic. Maybe it's the wording, it's the job of the legislator to allow civil engineering construction only, not equipment, because it takes 5 years or 6 years on the timeline. So it was more about only engineering and not the core vessel or steam generators or whatever. And not only do we need to build before, but such a new build should need a specific permit to be granted by regulators. Of course, it's not free of charge. It should be properly monitored. Maybe my French was not adequate. Thank you.
Just to clarify, in France recently, last year, I believe, the legislation was passed to do, I think, precisely what you are asking for. That is to allow civil engineering and site work to go ahead. Is that more or less what you're asking for?
Yeah, it's true that some efforts were made in France. It's allowed to start parts of the construction, but non-nuclear buildings only. And I was wondering about starting nuclear buildings as well. Only the civil engineering, only the walls and the slabs, with the permits, of course, of the Nuclear Safety Authority, to be sure that anti-seismic bearings or plane crash are properly addressed. Yeah, thank you.
And of course, the company takes the risk, the industrial risk for that. Yeah. We have time for one more question. Here, please.
Yeah, thank you. I have a short question to Stefan. How would you answer the request by Christoph, on lack of operating experience with your reactor. For example, regarding nuclear fuel inlet cooled reactors and the lack of operating experience there, and how will you address it in licensing and in the whole process?
Okay. You were, well, the microphone was not working properly, but I understood you were asking about what about operational experience in the licensing process. Am I correct? Yeah. Yeah. And how it is addressed in the process. So it's a good point. It's true that most regulators, they want proven technologies. They don't want to start with innovation without proper R&D programs, to proper calculations to ensure that this technology is safe enough. So operational experience is quite important. For nuclear, it's okay because we've got, as I said, 25 years of R&D programs in Italy with lead. We've got a full mock-up as well in construction. It will be finished in 26. So it's exactly the reactor that we proposed. Instead of nuclear fuel, we've got electrical heaters. It's the same thermohydraulics, the same steam generators, same alternators. So, and we can show off regulators for years that it's running properly. We can even simulate accidents for real because they are just, electrical heaters. So that's the best way, I think, for a new tech to prove regulators that we are on the right pathway. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Stefan, for that clarification. Let me remind you that this afternoon we will have not only lots of regulators, including one who is still involved with the Industrial Alliance, so we'll probably come back to that issue, but also all the members of our so-called industry organization panel for the grand finale. So we will come back to some of these questions. If you have more other different questions, then you can ask them then. And I think right now everybody would be really happy to go stretch and get some coffee, and some other nice things. Yeah. So please return to the conference room in time for the start of our second sub-session, which will begin at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you for all the panelists for a great job. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Please take your seats. Okay, please take your seats, everybody. And hello, maybe I can have my slide, so we'll be ready. Or maybe I don't have a slide. No, I don't have another slide. I already told you everything earlier this morning. So this is the second sub-session, the last but not least session of the 2024 NSREG conference, in which regulators will debate how best to collaborate in the matter of licensing new SMR and AMR designs. Let me first remind you, as you saw this morning, that path may not be easy. How do regulators react to all that? We will now hear from 4 safety authorities who are seeking answers to the same questions on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. Here to introduce the topic of regulatory collaboration on SMR licensing is the Chief of Nuclear Safety from a small country that carries a big weight on the European and international nuclear regulatory scene. Petteri Tiipana has been Director General of Finland's Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority, STUK, since 2013. He has been with STUK for 23 years and is involved in pretty much every international nuclear regulatory forum that exists. He is also an engineer, like many people at this conference. Petteri, we look forward to your overview of regulatory coordination, harmonization, collaboration. You choose the word. What will it take to move forward?
Thank you, Anne, and very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure and exciting to be here today. I will speak about the regulatory collaboration, what we have today. But before that, I would like to speak about the expectations that regulators are facing in our national contexts and also in international contexts, and how we are preparing to meet those expectations, and that's really aim of the regulatory collaboration. Then at the end I will also have some thoughts on how to, if possible, even enhance the collaboration that we have. I hope you can hear me.
That's what. Could you get closer, really close to the mic?
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Ossi, is it clear? Yes, thank you, Ossi. So let's move on about the expectations. These have been presented by different speakers yesterday and today. We have these international commitments from COP28 from last year, and earlier this year the Nuclear Energy Summit took place in Brussels, and in both of these high-level events a group of countries made clear that they want to use nuclear more and more to meet their climate goals, energy security and competitiveness goals. And as we heard from the previous panel, industry has its own expectations for the regulators to make the licensing processes smooth and straightforward, and also to the extent possible use same designs in different countries without additional tailoring, if you will. My key message here that we have heard these expectations and we are getting prepared to meet these challenges on national basis and on international basis. I also want to make clear that we have our role to set the safety requirements for SMRs and larger reactors and make sure that they are met. On the other hand, we also have a role to meet the expectations of our societies. If societies decide to use nuclear energy, we have to be prepared to deliver our regulatory services, whether it has to do with licensing, review and authorizations, inspections or whatever, and have our capabilities ready for doing that. So let me start with Finland and how we are preparing for the future expectations for nuclear. So Finland is one of those countries that have joined these declarations, and the government has started a full renewal of the Finnish nuclear energy legislation, and at the same time we are renewing our safety regulations. And one of the drivers, but not the only driver, is to enable new technologies to be deployed in Finland in a safe manner. One of the parts of the renewing the legislation is to develop a streamlined licensing process. The Finnish system for the time being is to license one large light water reactor at one site at a time. And as we know, for the SMRs, you want to license maybe several designs for several sites at the same time. So there is a reason also to streamline the process to meet the expectations. And we at STUK are building up our expertise on new technologies to be able to regulate, conduct the safety reviews for those new technologies. We are also actively and proactively engaging with the utilities in Finland, vendors, startups, municipalities that have interest on using nuclear energy in the future. And we are working with our international colleagues and international organizations to help ourselves and others to be prepared. And I'll come back to that later. Before going there, I would like to introduce one of the key elements in the new licensing system in Finland, which we think will also meet the expectations of the Finnish industry to have a smooth and straightforward licensing process, and with that eliminate at least regulatory risks in the licensing process, or at least tackle them as early as possible. And this phase is a planned concept evaluation. It's conducted before construction license phase, and you can see the major areas to be evaluated or observed during that phase on the screen. The main priority is on the safety design of the reactor or plant, to go through the main fundamental safety features of the design, and for instance how the defense in depth approach is implemented in the design or followed in the design. We will also evaluate the operational principles to the extent they have to do with the design of the plant, and also development stage, the maturity of the design, to understand how proven the design is and how mature, because of course that also gives you a flavor about the selected design options, let's say. And then the site envelope, possibility of different types of sites, for which the plant is being designed, and consumers and applications. And as we have heard, Finland is not the only country that is developing such a pre-licensing phase in its licensing system. Some countries already have that, like in US and UK, in Canada as well. France is using one already, Sweden is developing one, and I think in other countries as well. So, and as said, we think that this will address some of the industry's expectations in Finland, but I will also say that this would be, to my mind, the best opportunity for international regulators to collaborate. And the reasons are twofold. First of all, it's safety, because the safety of the plant is decided or defined in the conceptual phase. It's either safe or unsafe, and that's why the conceptual design phase is the key phase for regulators to collaborate. The second reason is that when you enter into the site approval and construction license phase, two aspects, you will start having local constraints and aspects that will affect the design. The other aspect is that in that phase you will also have contractual issues between the vendor and the licensee or license applicant or utility that will start impacting the flexibility of discussing design options. So this is for us an important phase in Finland, and for the reasons that you can see on the screen, but I would also argue that this would be the possibility for the regulators internationally focus on. So moving on to the bilateral, multilateral and international collaboration on SMRs. And by the way, this previous phase would also work for large reactors, not only the SMRs, and we should not favor any size or type of a design. Anyhow, so this figure here describes some of the forums and forums that we work together. It's not all inclusive, but may give you a indication of different types of forums and forums that we collaborate. On the left, you can see the NUARD collaboration that was explained by the previous panelist very well, so I won't talk any more about that. So it's a joint early review, which to my understanding fits well to the conceptual phase approach that I discussed earlier. But there are other ways as well to collaborate. For instance, we are observing a licensing review conducted by the ONR on Rolls-Royce design, and there are other regulators observing the process as well. We are now discussing a possibility for a way that one country would conduct a review, and then the other regulators in other countries would be able to review the results of one regulator's review and provide feedback. So another way of collaboration, and US and UK and Canadian regulators are also collaborating on one design. Maybe we will hear more about that later on. Then about the NHSI or NESI initiative, it was also discussed earlier. It's a development of a process for joint reviews, also how to best share the review results of one regulator to the others to enable mutual recognition of the results, and also to identify and eliminate to the extent possible any bureaucratic issues that would prevent regulators to work together as effectively as possible. IAEA has also had this SMRs regulators forum that has been working for some years already, and they have had this type of a thematic approach on different SMR-related topics, and they have produced a number of useful documents. Then a new initiative is the EU Industrial Alliance that we just heard, and maybe Mark will speak more about the possibilities for regulators to interact with that. We heard something from Jan Panek earlier today. And NEA have had several activities on SMRs within its committees for regulators and for the research communities. And I think that the CNRI will soon publish a declaration to respond on the COP28 declaration to triple nuclear by 2050. And the main elements of that declaration will be that take care of safety and keep regulators engaged early on, and I fully support those key elements. CSNI has established an expert group on SMRs that has been focusing on research activities and research gaps for SMRs. Then NEA has been hosting this MDEP program for almost 20 years now, and it has been focused on large reactors, but now I think just recently NEA had a kick-off meeting on SMR topics as well. So lots of collaboration, and the question is, are we ready or able to meet these expectations now or in the future? And I would answer that yes, we are. As said, regulators in different countries are taking actions to be prepared within their national context to license and regulate SMRs. And to support that, there are many good initiatives internationally to enhance collaboration among regulators as just described. Now, can we do better or be even more effective and efficient? I think we can if we are more focused and resourced. For instance, if we, as said previously, if we focus on the conceptual designs, in a way, less would be more, and then address the most safety significant and design significant topics in that phase. That would enable us to meet the needs of the industry, but also, I would argue, to make these reactors as safe as possible, or as safe as needed. Then about the use of resources, can we share our resources more effectively and efficiently? This is one of the items that Vendra is exploring that as well. We have heard that many regulators are challenged with having the capacities and skills. Well, some regulators have that. Can we use that collective resource more effectively? And doing that, it would also benefit safety and more consistent regulatory reviews. Then the last one is here. Last one here is way of working. I think we should work more interactively with the industry to understand better the expectations and needs, and to influence, not to be influenced. The meetings that I presented earlier at the COP28 Nuclear Energy Summit and the the EU Industrial Alliance, you don't see many regulators in those meetings. Just a few, maybe one. And to me that's strange. We should be there to understand what the expectations are, to be prepared, but also to influence, because time-wise, that's the place. So you might ask why we are not doing these things. One is funding, money. We don't have money to go to US and work with US or Canadians. Neither we have a mandate or permission, if you will, to go there. We can work in Finland on the designs that are maybe prominent for Finland, which makes sense, but you don't know which ones will be there in the future. So doing the work well ahead would benefit. So, and we have been putting this idea on nuclear safety summit on the table, where high-level decision makers would give the encouragement, have the political will and encouragement, and also the resources for us regulators to work, to make the designs safe and have a flexibility to work on different designs and in different countries. So with that, I stop and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Petteri. I just want to clarify one thing, that you put this idea on the table of a nuclear safety summit. Now, we know there are governments in the world and close to here even who don't want more nuclear. Is this a summit that would be by invitation?
It's not for me to decide, but I would expect that those countries that want to have more nuclear and expand the use of nuclear should be there, because it's really their case to make sure that the society is ready for those goals.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your introduction with a lot of information and a lot of thoughts. So we look forward to how your remarks resonate with your peers. Our next two panelists are also European regulators who were closely associated with the Commission SMR pre-partnership, and now with the Industrial Alliance, but maybe not so closely. We will hear about that. So Sylvie Cadet-Mercier spoke to this forum 2 years ago as a commissioner of ASN. She completed her 6-year mandate in December, but they wouldn't let her go, so she is now technical advisor to the ASN Director General with a focus on SMRs. Sylvie earlier was responsible for nuclear safety analysis and a member of the management committee at ASN's technical support organization, IRSN. She has degrees in mechanical, electrical, and nuclear engineering. Sylvie, Petteri mentioned some ways that regulators could cooperate to streamline licensing without sacrificing independence or safety. What insights do you bring to us today based on what's happened over the past 2 years?
So thanks for the kind introduction, Anne. Maybe I can have the slides.
Please, the slides for Sylvie Cadet-Mercier. You have those slides, or you don't have them?
Huh?
You don't have them?
Thanks a lot, because I prepared some slides.
No? Okay. We have an option. We can look for your slides, and we can have Marco go first. What would you prefer?
Yes, it would be better.
Okay. Is that okay for you, Marco? Sure. Yeah. And actually, I have the slides somewhere. I will look for them. So, Marco, then I will not introduce you very elaborately, but you know that he is vice chair of ANVS, the Dutch Nuclear Safety Authority. He has a portfolio that includes licensing. And indeed, as I mentioned, he represented NSREG on the steering committee of the SMR pre-partnership. And he also spoke to this conference 2 years ago. He is now an NSREG observer on the governing board of the EU Industrial Alliance. He has a PhD in experimental physics, has conducted research in radiotherapy and radiation protection, and is active in nuclear safety matters at the IAEA. Marco, I will leave the mic to you and go see if I can find Sylvie's slides.
So thank you, Anne, for this nice introduction. Good morning to you all. It's my pleasure to speak again as a brief introduction to this panel discussion on SMRs with regulators. I will briefly touch upon the European work that we've done with NSREC in the pre-partnership, European SMR pre-partnership that was mentioned, and say a few words on the Industrial Alliance and the interaction there, and then I will focus on what is happening in the Netherlands concerning to SMRs. So first on the pre-licensing phase that was explored in the European SMR pre-partnership, as was already presented during the first panel this morning. This pre-partnership was an exploratory phase where NSREC was responsible for the work stream on licensing or pre-licensing, and that has recently been concluded. This work has been done started in 2022 and 2023, and the report coming out of the work stream on pre-licensing has just been published on the NSREC website, so you can find it there. And these are the main conclusions from that work that was chaired by Sylvie Cadet-Mercier in the pre-partnership, and I had the honor to be NSREC representative in the steering committee indeed. So the main conclusions are that early engagement is very important, the early engagement between designers, licensees and the regulators. The second is that the way of carrying out a joint safety pre-assessment on a mature design or a conceptual design is very important to understand the design, but also to put on the table in the design the safety objectives that need to be addressed, and to do this jointly with several regulators really helps us to do this in an efficient way. Also, it is important to have a manner to disseminate the work that is being done in such assessment to other regulators that are confronted with that specific design at a later stage. And the final main conclusion is on the identification of the potential blocking points in a very early phase of this process. So I think we've already discussed about the Industrial Alliance and that NSREC is not a member of the Industrial Alliance. Nevertheless, we think it is important, that is of course to maintain our independent and neutral role. Nevertheless, we think that it's very important to have a very good interaction with the Industrial Alliance because of these different objectives of having the safety objectives on the table at an early stage in this design, and also to work closely together as European regulators in this way. So within NSREC we will continue the work the work on SMRs, both for the regulators themselves and to establish an interaction mechanism on those issues that are safety related, safety important in the Industrial Alliance. So that is something that we will work out in NSREC and decide on later this year how the working structure exactly will be. So then to the Netherlands, this is a schematic picture of our regulatory framework. So the legal framework in the Netherlands is goal-oriented. It's technology independent. We had an independent review last year, and that the main result of that review was that that legal framework is fit for all future developments. And then as a regulator, we have several guidelines that we use to review and assess the new technologies. I think the most important guideline is the guideline of the safe operation and building of nuclear reactors with the Dutch acronym VOBK. That is technology specific. It is fit for purpose for all light water technologies. So for advanced technologies, we will further have to work on that. And we will have this year a public consultation on the current version of that guideline to see whether it is indeed still describing the current state of the technology for safety. What is, I think, in the Netherlands important for all the new developments for SMRs and also for large new builds that the government intends to develop is that we have this research reactor at the patent site. We currently have a research reactor there, the high flux reactor, producing mainly used for the production of medical isotopes. But there is a new initiative, now completely government-owned, to build a new research reactor called Pallas. So we have issued the construction license March last year, and that means that we as a regulator went through the whole process of reviewing and assessing all the safety relevant information, which is really a strong, very important learning case for us how to deal with new developments. So that is very important, I think, for us as regulator, but still we are a regulator in, well, a relatively small country, only one operating NPP at the moment, and that means that our capacity is limited, also our expertise is limited, and we really strongly have to rely on international collaboration with regulators of other countries. So here you see a list of the countries with which we have bilateral agreements with the regulators, memorandum of understanding or cooperation agreements. In grey, there are some countries that we are working on the agreements, and that's very important for us to have these bilateral agreements, but also, of course, we participate actively in all the international fora that Patrick just mentioned and that you see listed here. In addition, for training and capacity building, we also participate in joint early review of the Newark SMR phase 2 as was presented. We also observe the generic design assessment phase 2 by ONR of the Rolls-Royce design. And we have a startup in the Netherlands called Horizon with a molten salt thorium reactor that has now also funding from the French government, and they are both engaging with us and with ASN. So with ASN we are making this collaboration agreement to jointly look at this new technology. So I think this is, as an introduction to this panel, I've shown to you early engagement is key. So what I didn't present is we are also engaging with several private companies in the Netherlands that want to deploy different SMR designs. So that's very important, this interaction at the early stage, as Patrick said, is extremely important. We have the experience and we are further building the competence and capacity that is needed for new builds, both large and SMRs. International collaboration is key, especially when it is focused on a specific design, because that brings the most learning value, and that is where we learn from each other as regulators to see how we can further establish where the differences are in the different national schemes, whether it's due to the regulations, whether it's due to a different assessment and how we deal with them. I think this is a very important process that we are undertaking with several European regulators at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marco. I don't need to introduce Sylvie a second time. Sylvie's slides were miraculously found, and so all is well, and we look forward to your presentation.
Click OK, please. Okay, thanks a lot. So we speak a lot about cooperation today, and some people would think that it is quite new. But in fact, regulatory bodies have been cooperating for a long time, and especially in the frame of IAA and WNRA, and in fact to develop requirements and guidance. But here, in fact, there is a need for SMRs for increased collaboration. And so why? Mainly because SMR business relies on series. And that means there is a need for the industry to have standardized design that could be deployed all over the world without major changes. And this was highlighted yesterday by Xavier Ursa in particular. So for me, it's clearly why there is a call for harmonization between regulatory bodies. And in fact, when we speak about harmonization, there are different items. First, it is harmonization of the licensing process. And so for me, and I would say not only for me, but from the conclusion of the WS2 on EU SMR pre-partnership, it seemed very unrealistic to try to harmonize, as the licensing process is now very specific from one country to another, with different steps, with different authorities, not only the safety regulatory body. And so that's why I put this small picture, to be very clear on that. And so we have decided in the WS2 not to try to harmonize. We could do that maybe in 30 years, and so we think it's not the good way to go forward. Regarding the harmonization of requirements, in fact, the requirements, they are quite similar from one country to another, and it's quite normal because they are coming, let's say, from IAA or WNRA. And what is different, in fact, is the way to implement them, and this was clearly demonstrated by the joint early review in Newark. And so working on the harmonization of sacred requirements, again, is not the way to go forward, and it's further the different approaches that are retained or chosen by the regulatory bodies that are more important to work on. After that, we speak about regulator position, harmonization of regulator position. And in fact, this call for harmonization has to be balanced with the sovereignty of the states in nuclear. And so clearly, design certification seems very unrealistic now. Another way to have, I would say, better harmonization could be the use of results of another regulatory body assessment. But of course, to do that, it necessitates some work to understand the basis on which the assessment was conducted, to be sure how this work could be, I would say, implemented in the own system of the regulatory body. So we have to be very clear. When we say harmonization of position, it's not a copy-paste of the position, and so it necessitates work and discussion with regulatory bodies that did the job. So now, what is the current cooperation of SMRs? So previous speakers, especially Petteri, spoke about that. So we have, in fact, a lot of initiatives launched at an international level and in different fora. So AEA, NECI, and NEA, for example. But in fact, what I could say is that these activities are conducted with very general perspectives. And for example, for NECI, regulatory bodies have developed a process for multinational pre-licensing joint review, a process for ravagering other regulators review, or a process for collaborative review. So you see it's not really on the field of safety. At the European level, I would like to mention three main initiatives. First one is about WENRA activities on SMRs. And I think there is one that is very important, that is the work that is performed on safety objectives. And the safety objective is really key for the standardization of SMR design, because if we don't agree on the safety objective, the design would be sure different. And we spoke about safety objective a little bit in the previous panel. So for me, safety objective is what would you accept, I would say, as releases outside of the plant or outside the fence, and for which type of event. After that, we have something which was quite new and which was presented a little bit by Marco, is EU SMR pre-partnership and specifically the work performed in WS2. And in fact, the idea was really to share different approaches. So in this case, not like in NUARD and concrete or specific case, but really rather on some issues. And so, for example, we share and discuss about screening criteria to engage early review, early dialogue, and so on. So I would say quite all the regulatory body would have the same criteria to engage this type of review, and I would say based mainly on the maturity of the project and the maturity of the company or startup. We wanted to compare as well our views on specific topics that could be an issue for SMR. So it was really to anticipate issues for SMR. And so we had the chance to work with a study performed by ENCO, and we had some meetings with the different designers of light water reactors to say, okay, what would be the issues that could be a problem for SMRs in particular? And so we have decided to see if our regulation, I would say, is maybe a problem. Is it possible to, I would say, to have exemption? And what would be our technical position on this type of issue? And so, for example, we discussed about the performance of pressure test. Do we have to need it or not? The need for independent system for shutdown, and what are the bases? What do we expect for that? And we could see that even if we have all the same requirements, the approach is very different. And of course, approaches to determine emergency preparedness zone. So after that, we have here a specific design and the joint review, which was already presented. And what was, I would say, quite new is that this joint review was performed, as mentioned before, by 3 regulatory bodies. But what we have to say, it was performed on their own regulation, on their own requirements. So I would say the first advantage for this review was for the regulators to have knowledge about the design, and so to be better acquainted for the future. But for the regulator, it was a mean to provide valuable inputs to review its own regulatory framework. For the regulatory body and licensee, it was important to understand the underlying rationale of safety approaches in different countries. And for the licensee, I think it was clear it was very useful to develop standardized design, suitable and licensable in multiple regulatory frameworks. So in France, we often say that it is a win-win approach. So now, about the limit of cooperation, because everybody seems very happy with cooperation, but for me there are some limits. First one, the cooperation is performed mainly on light water reactors, SMRs, and in fact these have specific characteristics. First one, the design is proposed by companies that are already on the international market, so to have collaboration it's better when you are on the international market, otherwise it's quite impossible. It is a design for which fuel is already available, and fuel supply was discussed a little bit before. It's a design for which issues are already known and the requirements are already there. And we have to say very clearly that we are on the step of the pre-licensing, so it's not a fault on the slide. Pre means really before licensing. And why? Because cooperation for licensing, for me, it would be maybe an issue, because it would require similar time frame for or calendar of projects in different countries. And you can imagine that the calendar doesn't depend on only on the industry, it depends as well on political decision. So I think that cooperation is performed on pre-licensing. It's very nice. We have to take all the benefits. But to extend this cooperation for licensing, I think it would be more difficult. And I would say it is as well a lesson learned from MDEP evaluation. And so now, regarding advanced modular...
Sylvie, please conclude.
Yes. So for advanced modular reactors, so we have a lot of technology, so it's often startup, so not yet international, so that means collaboration with different foreign countries is not so easy. And there are up to now some initiation of reviews, but often it is limited to the reactor design, and of course a reactor without fuel is not really useful. And there are still some open issues about fuel supply. So it was just to give you another view of our position about cooperation. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sylvie. Did anyone else notice that the U.S. has been mentioned several times, but we haven't heard from them so far? This elephant in the SMR room, that is about to change. We are fortunate to have just the right person here to tell us how the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission is tackling the enormous job of licensing several first-of-a-kind SMR and AMR technologies. Mo Shams has been director of, I'm going to take a large breath, the Division of Advanced Reactors and Non-Power Production and Utilization Facilities, affectionately known as DANU or DANU, at the US NRC since July 2020. His responsibilities include licensing and policy for advanced reactors, as well as licensing and oversight of all of the other kinds of reactors I mentioned, and medical isotope production facilities. He joined the NRC in 2007 as a civil engineer after an earlier career in research, commercial, and federal regulation programs. Mo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anne. Still good morning, so I can say that. Good morning, everybody. To me, it's actually very morning because I'm still with the jet lag, but I'm glad to be here. So grateful, actually, to be here. This is an incredible opportunity. My first time to be here, my first time to be in Belgium as well. It's a beautiful country, so impressed and so glad to be here. I would say I had the opportunity or the luxury to be an observer for the past day and a half to just kind of listen and watch and see what the dialogue is about. And not to anyone's surprise, we're working the same issues as you are. What's the role as the regulator? What's the expectation from the industry? How fast can we turn this around? Climate change is out there. How can we support that? But yet we're a safety regulator. How do you do that? How do you balance all that? And we should, and we are, and we're doing everything we can actually to play the right role here. So I'll start with saying that we're incredibly passionate about our mission, which is the safety of the reactors. That's what we do. That's what we go to work to do every day. But we also know that we can do that in a way that returns value to all the stakeholders, to the public, to society, to industry participants, to all those that rely on us in doing this mission. So my hope today is to share with you what we do and give you some insights into how we're doing it, to reflect on that we're a passion regulator, a passion safety body in the U.S., but we're also one that's that's, again, looking to do this in a way that's an enabler to the safe use of nuclear technology in whatever society decides to use it at. One other thing that we're passionate about is our international cooperation. We think that our international cooperation are an incredibly important and vital approach to again, deploying reactors efficiently, deploying them responsibly, but also deploying them very much safely as well. If I can go to the next slide, please. I guess I have the power to do that. We're working in a number of areas, so I'll start a little bit with just quickly on regulatory modernization aspects. Some of you might have heard us talk about work at the NRC to transform the agency into a modern risk-informed regulator that's intended for us to sort of match our efforts with what's happening around us, look for the newer ways, look for the approaches that serve our mission better. One of the focus areas for us in that effort is the regulatory modernization. We're taking on a number of activities, a number of efforts, recognizing that our current regulatory framework was built over decades around light water reactors, and it was optimized for that. So there was room in there for us to optimize that regulatory framework for the newer technologies. So what you see on the slide is a number of areas that we are taking on. I'll just hit a few of them. Part 53 being one of the key elements for us. It's a licensing framework. We've developed that recently. It is built around risk informing and using performance-based approaches. We already have the proposed rule put together, shared that with the Commission a few months ago, and we actually have a direction from the Commission to implement, and are excited to get it out to stakeholders and the public for comments in the next couple of months. Again, this is a great opportunity to reform the licensing approach, focus most on the most safety focused and most safety important aspects of designs, as well as be able to allow the use of greater use of risk-informed performance-based. I'll jump to emergency planning. That's an area that we also are passionate about introducing some gradation in it, introducing some risk-informed to match the advanced reactors and the microreactors that we're seeing on the horizon. So this is an opportunity to use a graded approach to size the emergency planning zone around a facility. We've issued the final rule last year, and we're actually implementing that as we speak. I mentioned microreactors. Let me quickly touch on that. That's an area that we've been working on for some time, actually, and we're seeing a lot more interest in it from the industry very recently. We're seeing more of use cases. We're seeing opportunities, or at least ideas, to deploy them in an industrial facility, co-locate them with oil wells and the like. So what we believe is much of what we do actually allows the regulatory approach to be a graded one in terms of the security requirements, in terms of EP requirement that I just mentioned, licensing of the operators and the like. So much of what we're doing is actually supportive of microreactors. But what we've done more recently is we're trying to support the models of factory fabricated microreactors and the ability to load fuel in the factory and perhaps test them in the factory. There's some friction between these concepts and the current regulations, so we've been working on resolving that and allowing, facilitating such models. This morning someone mentioned it, nth of a kind, and efficiencies in that regard. That's another very clear expectation from us, from the industry, particularly, again, as I mentioned, those that are looking to deploy microreactors. So we're actually working a concept for licensing an nth of a kind microreactor, building on what Sylvia indicated, for a standardized designs for those that are been already looked at by the regulators. We're looking to do that in actually a few months, and we're inspired that this is an opportunity where we can actually do a lot of good in this area, again, balancing the public rights, the public need to know the information and have the insights they need, as well as being able to do this efficiently. I'll jump to licensing quickly. The list you see here is just an indication of an incredible interest by commercial, by entity, by governmental entities, universities. We're engaged with more than 15 or so groups, and there are different maturities, some at a very concept conceptual level, others at much more mature level. We're engaged with all of them at whatever level that suits their needs. From the licensing point of view, I heard the expectation this morning that can the regulator do its job essentially faster, and I'd say we have. We just licensed the Kairos Harvest test reactor in 18 months. I should be more precise. We finished the safety evaluation in 18 months. It takes a little bit more than that to finish the licensing process itself. We're actually working on a second reactor of the same design with some modification, and we're looking to finish the safety review in somewhere between 12 to 14 months. So we're able to, with the right application, the right quality applicant, the right approaches in licensing, we're able to streamline that process a fair amount. I'll point also to Abilene Christian University. That's another reactor. It's a test reactor, it's a research reactor that we're looking to finish the safety evaluation for. It was be about a little over 20 months, maybe 22 months. There were some changes in the design that actually drove it over to that, but it's still an aggressive schedule. We've accepted the Natrium design about a week or two ago for licensing, and we're challenging ourselves to somewhere in the vicinity of 24 months to actually, and that's a power reactor, a sodium-cooled power reactor. So a lot is going on in this area, and again, as a regulator, we're able to deliver on tight schedules, but I should say that it goes both ways. It's got to be a quality application, one that has the information we need, and an applicant that's able to respond as quickly as needed to support such a schedule. I'll jump to my last slide, which is not coming up. It's intended to convey to you our international cooperation. Just like everyone presented a little earlier, we're in all the forums in the groups, essentially looking to participate, looking to add value, looking to support the development of new approaches, common positions, sharing knowledge, sharing best practices. The intent is to support regulatory efficiency, and international cooperation is a vital approach for us. The example I'll put up is our cooperation with, thank you, is our cooperation with CNSC in the UK. We had a memorandum of cooperation on advanced reactors. We're doing, in my view, fabulous in that area, focusing on areas where we can add value, addressing design-specific issues, collaborating together on the GE design BWRX 300. We've issued close to 10 joint products. Some are generic, some are specific to the design itself. Looking at fuel qualification, looking at equipment classifications, SSE classifications, structure system component classification, that is. So covering a span of areas and topics. We're expanding, we're seeing the value of the effort. We're expanding into other areas, whether it's transportation, operator training, and alike. We're also including we're welcoming the Polish regulator with us as an observer at some of the projects that we're working on. So we're seeing incredible value in that, and we're looking to expand it, and we're looking to add value to it. So I'll stop here, end with that. We're recognizing that this is a historic time for nuclear energy, and we're passionate about being part of that. Again, doing responsibly our safety and security mission, but doing it in a way that turns value. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mo. I'd like to come back for a minute to the issue that was discussed a little during the previous panel that was raised by Christoph Pissner, and that is about the safety goals, because all of you are saying, especially Petteri, safety is what we are aiming for. But we need to know what kind of safety that is. Is it lower, the same, or higher than traditional technologies? That's the question that Christoph asked. So I would like to ask you, each of you, but very briefly, please, a couple of questions. One, does everyone agree that small reactors, because of their locations, must be held to a higher level of safety compared to large reactors? Does everyone agree on what level of safety that is. For example, a demonstration that a major accident would lead to no more than negligible releases. And does everyone agree how that level of safety would be demonstrated? How would you demonstrate, how would you define negligible? Can we put a number on it? Make it a universal numerical safety goal? A probability of early large releases, or the 1 millisievert at the reactor fence, at the site fence, sorry, that Stefan Kalpena mentioned. And otherwise, how can we avoid individual judgment on measuring safety performance? Sylvie, can you go first, please?
Thanks for the question, Anne. So I spoke a little bit about the safety objectives that are, under work in WENRA, and this is really of importance. And I think that 2 years ago, or something like that, I said already that SMRs have potential features, interested features that are, naturally favorable for safety, and we should rely on that. And we shouldn't say, okay, for example, the containment should be less because the source term is lower. So for me, clearly, and there is a potential for improvement for this type of reactors. If they are designed to be quite close to, inhabitants, there is really a need to improve them. And so after that, the question is what level? So first of all, what is negligible? So often in WENRA we spoke with qualitative safety options. So that means, for example, no sheltering, no evacuation, and so on. And I think it is better than doses, 1 millisievert, 10 millisieverts. Because you see, in the WS2 partnership, we compared. And in fact, even with the same source term, so exactly the same design, the same source term, and so on, and in case of accident, you don't have the same releases, which is impossible because it's only depends on the methodology you will apply. So for me, clearly, we should have a greater safety objective. So in France, we say, in case of severe accident, I would say, no need for sheltering. So this is clearly, I would say, for sites that are quite the same as NPP, so with no inhabitants around. And otherwise, I would say, the principle of optimization should be applied. So that means you have to reduce the risk, clearly.
Marco, would you like to tackle?
Yes, thank you very much. Sylvie stressed the importance of the international collaboration between regulators here to arrive at a common goal. I can maybe answer from the Dutch perspective. We have in our legal framework, we have the safety criteria, and that is based on individual risk and group risk, right? And that makes the legal framework completely technology independent. And also it allows for situations where SMRs will be closer to cities or whatever, because these are the criteria that are in the legal framework that are really risk-based. And I think we are one of the few regulators that demand for that reason also a PSA level 3. So probabilistic safety analysis with the impact on the environment. And for us, that is a very important way to guarantee the safety. And of course, the more passive systems, the lower source term, that are possible with SMRs might enable new ways of deployment of nuclear at different sites for different industrial processes, etc. A very important question that you raised is how will that have to be demonstrated? And here I think the international collaboration is very, very important. With the light water technologies, we have thousands of years of reactor years of operational experience. But for the advanced reactor types, we do not have that. That was also mentioned in the panel this morning. So we really have to collaborate here as regulators. What do we demand as evidence to prove the safety of all these systems, and do we accept the proof, or do we want in the first test reactors, do we demand in addition to the passive safety system also active safety systems to make sure that we reach the level of safety that we are looking for until we have sufficient operational experience.
I just didn't catch, are the safety criteria you mentioned that are in the legal framework, they are numerical? Okay. And they correspond to the site fence? Okay. So we have two camps here. We have the site fence camp, and we have another camp. Mo, would you send Petri? I will get you to leave you at the last. Okay. Mo, will you give us a view from the crowd?
Indeed, thank you. This is actually a great question about the level of safety of SMRs, advanced reactors, relative to the large light or the existing fleet. Actually, heard it this morning. It was really well put in place. It's the same level of safety. They need to be as safe as the current fleet. Otherwise, the current fleet is not safe. So we're not, we cannot be sort of implying that. That being said, I understand the question being asked. It's kind of a two-parter. How safe do they need to be? Well, they need to be as safe as the current fleet because the current fleet is safe. But what do I do to cite them next to populations and the like? Well, that comes with a different set of criteria that I'm hearing about specific dose levels at the fence or at the edge of the emergency population zone that allows us, no need for shelter, no need for relocation, things like this. That is the direction we're going as well. So we're recognizing that we actually cite research and test reactors today on universities and places like this, right among students, and it's done based on the risk of the facility. So we're taking the same approach and applying it to SMR. What is the risk of the facility? What is the potential offside dose, and to what degree that offside dose is one that's acceptable to us? How is that all documented? Well, safety goals are a policy from the Commission, so those are numerical goals around potential fatalities and potential latent cancer fatalities as well. In terms of offside dose, that's now documented in our regulations on emergency planning. If you want to have an emergency planning zone that's right at the fence, you need to demonstrate that your facility is safe enough not to affect the population outside of that facility.
So it sounds to me like
Thank you. With regards to the comparing large reactors and SMRs, to me this is very simple. They have to be as safe, particularly from the point of view of the people who lives next to it. They have to be as well protected, whether they are in Helsinki or they live close to either Olkiluoto or Loviisa. Now, having said that, of course, if you bring a reactor in Helsinki, it means different things for its safety demonstration, for its technology and safety features and safety demonstration. In a way, they have to be safe to be located in Helsinki. But if you live next to it, you have to be as well protected. And I think in that respect, we have alignment. I trust and hope so. But when we go to the criteria, how well a Finnish citizen is protected, or what is the dose criteria, and the French one, or the Netherlands, or the US, then we have differences when we go to the dose criteria in different accident classes. And this is what makes it interesting. And the other thing is how this is demonstrated. When we go to the methodologies, there are differences. For a reason, Finns do eat the things that they like to eat. The French have wines and baguette, and you get the dose in a different ways, and that it gets really difficult. But here, as said by the colleagues, the international collaboration is the key, and that will also resolve the issue of individual judgments if we collaborate on the criteria, demonstration, and the methodologies.
Sorry, just to clarify, you say those criteria are different from country to country. Why is that?
National responsibility, national decision on how safe is safe enough. It's not big differences, but they are different, and it's really difficult to speak about 0.0 millisieverts, 1 millisievert, 5, or whatever, because at the end, the differences are not that significant from the health impact perspective. But they are different, and that raises questions among the public.
Is that what your nuclear safety summit is for? But how do you imagine that some countries would accept to go lower than that they would compromise on a lower criterion?
Yes, that would be one of the key topics for this type of a safety summit. For some, it would mean maybe to go a little bit lower, but for some, it would mean to go a little bit higher, and that's the difficulty. But as said, in reality, these differences are not that significant, but it's more about the safety concept itself that we should focus, not so much on the those criteria, but certainly that should be discussed.
Okay, thank you. We've gone quite a bit over schedule. If there is no burning need for the regulators to comment and no burning questions for exactly the regulators, what I would like to do, because I think it's probably time, let's see, is it time to call for the, yes, no, I can call for some picture, I can call for some questions from the floor. Sorry for my confusion. So, okay, André.
Thank you very much for this your presentations and your report. It was really interesting. But I just want to ask all of you, talking about the preliminary phase, like assessment, like the construction license and so on. But as I understand, the SMRs is something which can be built quite fast enough. Nobody still do it, but it's something like, okay, in 2 years we will have the SMR, and something like in 5 years maybe we will have the comparable fleet. I don't much believe in this, but anyway, the regulators have to be ready. So in 5 years we will have the comparable fleets of SMR and the big reactors. And my question, how much we are ready for the, regular supervision of these reactors, because there is no operation experience, there is no regulatory experience, and there is not much ideas how we will do the regular supervision as the regulators. So maybe you have some ideas or plans. Thank you.
Did you address that to anyone in particular, or who?
I can start. Thank you. I can start. Okay. Thank you. That's an incredibly important question. Are we ready? And I'd like to say yes. We don't have 50 years of ready like we do for light water reactors, but we were in 50 years ago, and we still took on the challenge, and I'd like to say that we did that responsibly. So today we're building on what we already know. We're building on the experience that we already have. I get that we don't have operating experience with the reactors that we're licensing today, but we know about their fuel if they were light water reactor based, and if they're not, they're TRISO fuel or some others. We have data for decades that we can leverage. So some of the pumps or systems that they're using, some are common and used in other systems as well. So the point to make is we're piecing together the parts and pieces, from what we know from other applications, from nuclear applications in general, and be able to build the right foundation to be able to regulate from there. But I can assure you that we're going to regulate responsibly. Areas that we don't know will have limits on, we'll need to get data. One of the things that I put on the slide is one of the strategies that we're seeing is research and test reactors. The industries go into these facilities and design it in such that they can get the data to support the power reactors. Kairos, I mentioned, they're starting with the test reactors, and they're moving into a power reactor after that. So that's there. Just a quick point on your question on are we ready for the oversight, the inspections, looking at the constructions. We're looking to be nimble there as well, and we're looking to find a graded approach such that we visit the facilities at the right points, at the right elements, depends on its risk to the public as well. Again, being as efficient as possible in doing that. Thanks for the question.
Do I have another question for the regulator panel? A regulator?
Thank you very much. I'd just be interested to hear the panel's views on how safe is safe enough. It's been discussed by the panel. Gen 4s and advanced nuclear technologies, there's quite a lot of claims about how safe they are, and they're supposed to be much more inherently safe than existing reactor technologies. Once this has been proven to our satisfaction, should we then be looking to lock in that improved performance in the standards we expect of future reactors?
I didn't actually understand the end of the question. So, yeah.
So in terms of locking in, there are many claims being made in terms of decades improvements in frequencies on and magnitudes of release from Gen 4 and advanced nuclear technologies. If they prove that is the case, should we be securing that level of performance in the standards that we expect of future nuclear technologies once it's been proven it can be achieved?
So I understand that, yes, if it's possible, we should do it for all nuclear reactors, all future reactors. Yeah. Marco, you want to? Who wants to? No?
So I will answer that typically we are supposed to look at the best technique available and to optimize with a ALARA or whatever you want as low as possible. And so for me, when you compare the design of generation 2 to generation 3, we have already these steps. Okay? And for example, in France, for the fourth PSR, we have decided to have the same safety objective for generation 2, so reactors that were designed in the 70s, compared to EPR. So that means we have the function of core catcher for a very old design. So for me, it's clear that if we have the capability to, I would say, to increase the level of safety, it will be the new target for the future.
Marco, do you have the same approach?
Well, so this is an evolution, right? So you're talking about decades in evolution that might be different from different techniques. What puzzles me sometimes a little bit is in a way, we know how to deal with these kind of issues, right? I mean, it's connected to grading, and we have research reactors with other safety profiles, and we deal with them already now. So there is certainly also a discussion that we as regulators should have on how, what does it mean if the technologies, a specific technology becomes very, very safe. What does that mean for all the other safety requirements that we have? At this current point, I would say, like what was said earlier, the new reactors should be as safe as the existing reactors, but then also the existing reactors have had a development in safety level because of the technology. And that's what Sylvia said. If the technology is evolving, then automatically the existing reactors will have to meet the safety levels of these technologies as well, with the PSRs that are mandatory in Europe.
I'm really curious to get the view from the United States on that.
I figured you'll ask me, so I got ready for that. Mark, two great questions. How safe is safe enough, and what do we do with that additional margin that we might be afforded here? So how safe is safe enough? We took that question on in the 1980s, 1990s, and that's how the Commission put together the safety goals. We basically were able to lay out numerical numbers in terms of risk, and we had public engagement, congressional support, and what have you, and now we have these safety goals sort of enshrined. There's every opportunity for us to revisit these safety goals. I'm not sure that there's the appetite to do that at the moment, but the topic comes every once in a while. But I would say that we're comfortable to stand on the level of engagement that was done when they were first introduced. In terms of what do we do with the gift that we could be given in terms of margin, I think that's what allows us to put them, closer to Helsinki and closer to Washington D.C. and allow them to have less than 10 armed responders on site. It's the ability to be able, if the facility is safe enough and has limited risk to the public, we can actually offer flexibilities given such safety margin that's afforded in the design.
Okay, Petteri, there's a reactor designed and approved in the United States coming to Helsinki. We just heard it. It's a scoop. So would you agree to that approach, that actually there's no appetite to revisit the safety goals that were devised in the 1990s?
Well, two things. I think we have to be careful with, I've said it openly and frankly, because openness and honesty is important, on how far we go with continuous improvement of safety, and with that the best available technologies. I think there should be a limit. Of course, we need to do things where safety can really be improved, but it's never-ending story if we continuously improve safety. And the other point to that is, in Finland we have been starting a discussion on how safe is safe enough in our sector compared to other industrial sectors. And we tend to conclude that we are regulating our sector much more than other industries are being regulated. This came up also in the morning first session. And that should be also part of the international discussion, I would say. How safe is safe enough in our sector and how it relates to the other industrial sectors.
Isn't that really the way that the regulations are devised in the safety goals, sorry, are devised in the UK, that they are, there is a comparison, an explicit comparison with what people will accept in other sectors?
I think members in the room recognise ALARA as low as reasonably achievable. In the UK, it's as low as reasonably practicable when we're talking about risk, and the onus is on the duty holder or the licensee to demonstrate they've reduced risk so far as is reasonably practicable. But when do you stop? And it goes back to the point made by Petri there, where other industrial sectors aren't driving to the same levels of safety that we are in the nuclear sector. And it does need a consideration, I think. But the claims against these newer technologies are that they are safer. If the industry themselves is volunteering a design that is much safer, then that's the standard perhaps we should look to aspire to in the future as regulators. And it stands to reason. And many of the panels have said that it is evolution, that improvement in safety performance, and it may be that we not seek to gold plate or unduly influence too onerous requirements. It's the industry themselves that are volunteering through the development of technology and innovation that they become much more safer through passive safety and other similar features, and we should secure it in terms of the standards we expect.
Yes, I did see your hand, Jan. Excuse me. So, question from Jan Haverkamp.
One general question, one specific one. The general question to the panel is, I've heard you a lot about cooperation. How are you going to bring in interaction with the public and civil society into this whole? You haven't talked about it. Is that going to be in the last stage, that's pre-licensing, or it's in the licensing stage? And can you still include the zero option if already so much has been invested at that moment? I'm a bit skeptical about that. Can you still include the zero option, no project?
Can who?
Can you as...
No, you as he. You as he.
No, can you as regulator still in the procedure include a zero option if you've already gone such a long way with so many investments? That's the general question. The more specific question is from Marco. I heard what you said. Does that mean that Borsele in this 10 or in this PSR, the 10 EVA 23, now has to include a core catcher? I'd be happy about that.
Okay, Marco, why don't you go first?
Well, thank you for that question, Jan, because what it says in the legislation, European directive, is as far as it is reasonably practicable, right? And then reasonably practicable is a very good term, I think, also when comparing these different advanced techniques to light water techniques. So that means that there is no, it will not be reasonably practicable to have a core catcher installed in an existing power plant, right? That is will never be reasonably practicable, and that is the judgment that we also have to do if other advanced techniques arrive at safer levels. Then the judgment for the existing ones still have to be reasonably practicable, and that also includes an economic argument to see whether these improvements can be done. Let's not forget the existing plants are safe, because otherwise, if they would not be safe, we would shut them down. They meet the safety requirements. This is on how far do you require the safety improvements, and that is as far as it reasonably is practicable. It is reasonably practicable. So that's the answer to your question. So no core catcher for Borsele, but fortunately Borsele has already during the last decades done major safety improvement and is much safer than it was when it was built in '73. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and yes, well, I was going to make a comment, but no, let's go with the other question. Marco, you still have that is concerning the involvement of civil society in this pre-licensing or even earlier. At what point will civil society be involved in the process of new reactor reviews? And second item, is the zero option still practicable if you have been spending so much resources on the non-zero option?
Well, I think to start with the latter part, the zero option is a part of the environmental impact assessment, right? And it's just from that analysis, let me say, if the design and the assessments show that it is safe and the design meets the safety goals that are in the requirements that are in this legislation and how we assess them, it's in the law that we have to issue the license. It's not about how much man-hours we've spent on it. It's about that they have to show that it is safe and that the environmental impact is low enough. So that is on the zero option. And the interaction with the public, indeed, there is in the licensing process the full interaction with the public on the formal procedure. And I think now we are in these developments. I think we heard this morning, it's not up to the regulator to share all the concept design and the basic design. That's up to the industry as far as they want to share with it. It is important that we have these kind of meetings to have interaction with the public to show what we do and how we do it. But when we touch on intellectual property parts, then it's not up to the regulator to disclose these kind of details.
Yeah, can I get some comment, let's say from France or from Finland, US, on number one, the zero option? I assume that that's also part of policy and not of regulation, but I may be wrong. And then, at what point do you involve civil society in your in the process?
So maybe I can answer for France. So in France, we have a public debate, inquiry as well, and so for me, it's quite difficult to involve the public when you have no location for the project. So France is quite big, and so that means when we speak about pre-licensing, you don't have any location or any site. And so for me, it seems quite difficult to involve the public. Second point, you can involve the public on other ways. So we have tried in France to involve some civil societies about safety objective for SMRs. So you see it was, I would say, disconnected from design. So what would be the safety objective? How could we prioritize them? How could we explain that? And it was, I would say, very fruitful to have views that we couldn't imagine. So sometimes we thought we had very good ideas, and in fact it was not comprehensible for people. And so this interaction, you see, but independently of the design, is important. Regarding your zero option, I would say in France up to now we have 12 projects for SMRs in pre-licensing. And I would say I'm quite sure that in the future some will disappear. I would say it is life.
Thank you, Jan, for those questions. With regards to public engagement, and I understood your question whether we have been discussing on that part in the international collaboration. I would say not that much, but it should be, and as said, it's one of the tracks in the industry side, which is good. But for the regulators as well, we should certainly discuss. That might be something for the NSREC working group 3 to think, and maybe it's on their agenda already. The zero option in Finland, in the current system, the latest licensing effort tend to take years and years. But now with the new concept that I described in my presentation with the conceptual evaluation phase, in that phase we are discussing, showing green light, okay, move on to the construction license phase, yellow light, okay, you have some issues to be resolved, but we think that they can be resolved in the construction license phase, or red light, it's a no-go to the construction license phase. This is being discussed. It's easier said than done, but with that, this type of a zero option is certainly on the table now.
Thanks, Patrick. Just quickly, I don't want to repeat what was said, but Marco hit where we are with the zero option. It is part of the environmental assessment, so it's on the table. It's one of the alternatives not to go with the facilities. And just to demonstrate to you, maybe a couple of years ago or so, we rejected an application. So our laws require us to issue licenses if all safety requirements are met. But if they're not met and we don't have the information we have the ability to actually reject an application too. And we've done that a couple of years ago. In terms of public engagement, we try to do as strong of a public engagement as possible. We do that in pre-licensing, we do that in licensing. Essentially all we do is done in the public eye, with certainly the appropriate provisions for proprietary information, for international information or sovereign information that we cannot share. Much of what we do is on our public website and is conducted in public meetings.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there okay, one more, but I want to close at 12:44. So please make it really short. Because let me remind you, we have more people coming up to this panel in 3-4 minutes, and we will need a little time to make that shift, but we will have time for more questions after that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try to be quick. On the question of how
who are you? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Mirta Tripathi, the NGO Voices of Nuclear. On the question of how safe is safe enough, you are using two levels of comparison. The first one, it's your previous practice and some kind of attempts to reach perfection. And a second level of comparison, which is other industries. I would like to offer a third one, which is what happens when alternatives to nuclear energy have to be used because safety requirements are so high that constructions are delayed or that plants have to be shut down. And one example is the corrosion under constraint episode that happened on the French fleet a couple of years ago in the middle of winter in dire circumstances due to the Ukraine war, where we had to restart coal plants and we had to import additional gas, and with very concrete and practical consequences on citizens and people's lives included, with air pollution and everything. So, and the price of energy and the geopolitical consequences and so on. So shouldn't these alternative and the consequences of the alternative to use nuclear energy be also a comparison reference for you in assessing how safe is safe enough? Thank you.
I'm not sure that the regulators, nuclear safety regulators, are responsible for that, but maybe I'm wrong. Petter, you have an idea.
I think that's an excellent point and question. And I think in Ukraine, regulator has to take the conditions in Ukraine into account, whether they allow NPPs to run, in which situations, and when not, or other facilities to be operated. And we have been thinking that same situation in Finland as well. If we are under similar conditions or other conditions that might necessitate use of nuclear power plants. And we have a role to play, of course, saying whether it's safe from the safety regulators' point of view, but there are other needs from the society at the same time to keep them in operation. I would think, and we have this concept in Finland which is called overall holistic safety approach, in which, and in practice, several regulators would come around the table and provide their feedback, and then the decision-making level would go to the political highest decision-making level based on the needs of the society. But the safety regulator would say its say on the situation, and then it would be the balancing of the different aspects for the decision. Thank you.
Yes, that's one country, maybe not typical, but let me keep it there. Maybe you can discuss it during the lunch. And I want to now invite. Well, in fact, Petteri was one of the people who said that he was disappointed. I'm not sure what the word was. That the regulators and the industry were once again separated at this NSREG conference. And so the conference organizers decided to change that and to allow the regulators and the industry to sit at the same table. So I would like to, for the last half hour, I would like to invite the panelists from session 4A to come sit here. I wanted to say don't sit too close, but there are 10 of us, so you have to sit close, but just don't touch each other. Well, welcome everybody. I can see some of you, not all of you, but I feel that you are there. So just Petteri, to start off, you, as I said, you regretted that industry and regulators can't work closer together. You said it several times. How do you think the two sides could work together without the regulators being accused of collaboration in the negative sense, or feeling like their independence is at risk? And I'm thinking in a sense of Jan's question earlier about how NSREG has to dance around the industrial alliance. So maybe Petteri and then Marco on that question. Sorry.
Well, you said that Finland is not a typical country. But, well, something along those lines. Anyhow, in our daily activities in Finland, we have to interact with the industry. That's a fact, and we do that on a daily basis. Not myself on a daily basis, but the experts, section heads, directors, they have frequent interactions with the industry to discuss safety issues and to anticipate safety issues and to provide regulatory positions, sometimes via formal channels, but sometimes via less formal channels to prepare for the formal channels. And we do that openly and in a transparent manner. So I have difficulties to understand why we should or could not do the same in an international forums, and even more so. So we have our role as regulators, which is clear, and we have to stick in that role and communicate that to anyone who is interested or questioning that, and keep our interactions with the industry in an open and transparent manner. If we do so, I don't see any issues with independence. I see more problems in terms of safety if we don't do that in an early engagement manner, because if we let things go too far, contracts are made, designs are frozen, it's more difficult to make changes on the design, and if you make a change, that also have safety implications, not always to the better direction. So early on, focused, keeping our roles clear, do it openly and transparently. I think that's the way.
Marco, could you comment, please, on specifically also on INSREG?
Yeah, sure, and I'm happy to do so. I think one of the goals of the, or the goal of the Industrial Alliance on SMRs in Europe, but then Yves can maybe further explain that, is to promote the development and deployment of SMRs. Well, that's something that the regulators as in NSREC cannot commit themselves to, right? So it's very clear that the goal for the regulators is to maintain and to guard the safety. So it was quite clear that as at NSREC we will not be a member of this industrial alliance. At the same time, it's also certainly true what Petteri just said. It's very important to have interaction from the start of these developments to make sure that the expectations on safety are really put on the table of the designers and developers, and to have interaction on that. Also, as regulators, to learn what kind of developments there are so that we can prepare ourselves for these developments. So a very strong interaction is needed, and of course we can still maintain our independence, because, I mean, for all European regulators, I think the independence is in the law. We have every 10 years mandatory IRS missions to the countries where the independence of the regulators is checked. We are well aware of our role. We are backed by the national law and by the international community that really is a strong power to maintain our independence for safety. And that position, I think, that will not be compromised if we interact with the different developers on the important things for safety. It's crucial for safety to have this interaction, right? So that's what we will do within NSREC. We will work on SMRs within NSREC, find a way of exchanging interaction, to have the interaction with the technical working groups that are of relevance, especially that one for safety. And in the project groups, NSREC of the Industrial Alliance, where it is about specific designs, NSREC will not participate in these project groups, but maybe these project groups will have interactions with one or two or multiple national regulators to have these early review engagement discussions. And what we will do in NSREC is collect the learnings from these discussions. So that's the position for the regulators in NSREC in relation to the Industrial Alliance.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Since we have all these, all the panelists from the industry organization and safety panel up here, I would like to ask them or give them the chance to react to what they heard from the regulators. Are you encouraged? Are you discouraged? Did you hear anything new? Can you do what they want you to do? Is there light at the end of the SMR tunnel? Yves must be down there somewhere, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Anne. I will react in general, and maybe my colleagues from nuclear and area can, and Newart can complement. I think I wanted to react to your previous question, because I think once again, and it was said also by the speakers from regulators, it's a collaboration which I think provides a lot of benefit, and it doesn't mean any compromission from the regulator's perspective. I don't think it's really the way it works. If you know in practice the way regulators and utilities and vendors, because you need to interact with all of them, work, is really a dialogue, which I think is really useful to understand where each party is coming from. On top of that, I would like to add that for me, if we want to have this to be efficient, if we want to have a satisfactory level of safety, you also need to have in front of you a wealthy industry. I believe the worst for regulators is an industry we don't have anymore the capability to find the appropriate skills to finance appropriately the gradings and the proper maintenance of the installations of its facilities. So I think it's really the interest of all parties to have this dialogue to ensure that everybody finds its benefits in it. Today we need to make sure that we work on the same objective, which is the highest safety standards, but also benefit of having industry that produces competitive energy for the benefits of. I think it's not work. I don't. No, but for me.
Is it?
Hello? Yeah, it's working. Okay, for nuclear, I think to answer your question, and I would say that we were encouraged by regulators to propose enhanced safety options, so enhanced safety directions. So I agree that dialogue is very important to improve safety. There's always a march to improve safety. So to maybe better explain, we propose in the design some line of defense. I would say some lines of defense, several lines of defense. And if we can add one at reasonable cost, then it is discussed with the regulator. So it's not a rule saying, okay, we want 2 or 3 lines of defense. We can have 5 if it's reasonable and not that expensive. We need to be intelligent customers with safety options. And of course, we need dialogue for that. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's working. So maybe on the last point, then for the need to dialogue with industry, coming together with the industry, I think that's very hopeful to hear. Of course, everybody in its own role. I think in the joint early review, obviously we come together with regulators, but it's absolutely a non-binding initiative, well, from the conclusions. and everybody comes with his own conclusions and messages in all independence. And I think it is possible, and I think it's necessary to speak with each other and to understand each other's positions. I heard also the confirmation of importance of pre-licensing, so that's something we agree on. On harmonization, I understand it's a long-term objective, but I think especially on higher level safety requirements, anyway, we need to strive for harmonization, because if you come to the point of leveraging between different regulators of each other's reviews, I think it has already been confirmed by the first outcomes I've seen in NESI, that the closer the requirements are to each other, it's a much stronger enabling condition to be able to leverage another regulator's review. So I would anyway ask to continue the way to more harmonization, especially at the higher requirements level.
Does mine work? Oh, that's good. Yeah. Something that Stefan said earlier, I wanted to pick up with the regulators. Well, first with him and then with the regulators. And that is, you made the suggestion that regulation should be reviewed to attract private investments for enhanced nuclear acceleration. And of course, your company is privately funded, and so you are in a good place to know what's needed. But what is the main thing that has to change to attract private investment in terms of the existing regulation, of course? And then I will ask the regulators a different question.
Well, maybe it's in the nuclear sector, we've got one authorization for a lot of different things, only one for a lot of different things. A license allows you to build, to pour the concrete, to envision the construction of the civil engineering, to manufacture some equipment, to maybe consider some, qualification processes. And maybe it would be great to divide this big authorization into several authorizations linked to some phasing of construction, meaning that, for instance, there could be a regulatory authorization to build the walls and the slabs, empty buildings. It takes years to do that. And of course, we need to agree on safety options for seismic, for security, not only safety, maybe with a safeguard as well. But we need to agree on all the structures. It's not the first time we build nuclear power plants. We are not starting from scratch. We know what to do. And then we can gain several years on the timeline. To address or to answer your question in one word, I would say it's time reduction, the key to attract investors. So the licensing process is to consider the timeline of the construction and to be intelligent with the objectives of the private sector. Thank you.
Now, yeah, Mo, I was struck before where you were giving actual target periods, targets of how long it will take to license. I believe that is that was introduced in NRC quite a long time ago. So this approach of graded licensing would not be a shock to you. Would you accept that?
I would. I think it makes sense whether or not we have everything that's envisioned here, because I can sort of get a sense of the need to build early on I don't know if we're there yet, but we do have different licensing instruments by which sort of perhaps a limited information is provided such that construction can be allowed versus if you want certainty and you want one licensing process, then you provide more information and the legal process will take you through that one time. We do have other instruments where more information about the site is provided, more information about environmental impacts are provided such that you can bank the site even though you may not know the technology yet. So there's some of these things, but I think I get the sense of, I want to be able to do more. I want to be able to, maybe construct, and that's something that it's on our mind. We need to certainly further consider it. I want to say that standardization can go a long way because if the design has already been approved by the regulator and it's been standard design, that would be a lot easier to start doing some work on it because it's been looked at already. It's, so you can manufacture long lead components or things like this. But I do agree with the point you're making. Yes.
Just again, very briefly, what about the European regulators? Does it make you uneasy to be put under pressure to make things more attractive to private investment? Anybody want to comment?
This way. Well, I have to say to Stefan that this is the first time I hear that a utility would like to have more authorizations from the regulator. Tendency in Finland is to different direction. They would like to have less. But on the other hand, on the big licensing scope, we are going from one decision in principle to 3 separate steps to have separate reviews for the design, this planned conceptual design phase review, site approval, and then the other one is for the politicians to make their decision on whether using nuclear is for the overall good of the society. So in a way we do that, and there are other instruments in Finland to allow progress for construction and anyway progressing in long lead items or other ways. But the attractiveness is not really our business.
So, in fact, in France, we have already, I would say, a lot of authorization. And, for example, for pressure equipment, there are already authorization for manufacturing and for EPR2. And, of course, the construction license is not provided. So that means, in fact, we are already in line with, let's say, timeline of the construction of manufacturing. And I would say same as Pederi, attractiveness is not our main objective, but what is important is finally the quality of the construction. And so what the changes or evolution that enable to ensure quality, and of course if it takes a long time, I think that there are some possibilities that the quality is not there. I think it's not a good thing, but so for us, and I'm not sure that there was some request from the licensees to have more authorization, and it's already possible by the regulation.
May I still comment on the attractiveness part from a different perspective? Of course, our way of working have to be predictable, transparent, and timely, which I think would help investors to see that the risks are manageable, let's say.
Okay, thank you. We're coming close to the close. Do I have a question for either the regulators or the industry, the Commission? Everybody? Anybody? Patricia?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Patricia, Friends of the Earth Europe.
Hold the microphone close.
Yes, I'm trying. Patricia Lawrence, Friends of the Earth Europe. I have a question to Mrs. Cadet-Mercier, already from the last time, but now also again, I also would stick to this question on these safety levels in the PSR4. I have to admit I understood what Mr. Broekmans replied for Borsele, but still I try to understand. They say the safety goal for this PSR, which is lifetime extension for the 1,300 megawatt fleet, should be as for the EPR, but still we all know there will be no core catchers installed. The redundancy will remain more or less the same. So what does this mean? How should this be achieved? Because at the same time it was issued as the objective of the lifetime extension for the old fleet. And then I would also ask you to explain what you mentioned now. For the EPR2, you said there is already authorizations ongoing regarding manufacturing. I just didn't properly hear, I think, or understand. Thank you.
Did you, about the LTO, you understood the question? Okay.
So I'm not sure that the PSR for the subject of today, but when I say the torque catcher, I didn't say there is a torque catcher. I say there is a function of torque catcher. Function of torque catcher is not a torque catcher. Torque catcher is a mean, and just for your information, regulations are rather objective-based, and so we are not supposed to tell the licensee which mean they are supposed to have to reach in the rule. So the rule is very clear. They have to take into account severe accident in the PSR, and for all the design basis accident, there should be no sheltering, no evacuation, and so on. That's all. So that's why I say it is exactly the same objective as for EPR. And for manufacturing, you should know that manufacturing takes a long time for loop and vessel and so on. And I would say that the vendor propose to anticipate manufacturing, and of course it is a risk for them, because if there is no license at the end, they have a vessel or a loop without a reactor, but it is not our problem. And so that's why we say we are discussing, because if we want some improvement for manufacturing, if we say the improvement after the manufacturing, I'm not sure it is very effective.
Okay. I want to give a chance to Jan Panek, who is there somewhere. Yes, hello. I want to ask you if you have any new insights from this discussion, and are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic? Are you hopeful? Please give us your impressions of that discussion.
Oh la la. I'm always an optimist, despite the definition of optimism being the lack of information. So I think it proved correct to structure the discussion in two panels or two streams then come together. There are quite a few things that I think came out of this discussion. There are some that we haven't touched. For example, I just realized now we haven't spoken about the role of TSOs at all, and whether this may actually change with SMRs, whether the regulators may need different type of TSOs for whatever they have to do on SMRs, and what does it mean for the industry that is used to certain interaction with TSOs in terms of providing information and helping them, their analysis, etc. So that shows that there are still quite a few things that can be maybe for the next event of this type. As to drawing conclusions from this discussion, I'm not ready. I would fail. I happily leave it to you, Anne.
No, and I will give it to Igor, Serge. So that's his job. Okay, I could open another question if there is a burning question out there, but I think that we have talked about a lot of things. there are a lot of things we could still talk about, as Jan mentioned, but perhaps we'll leave it there for the moment. I want to thank all of the panelists. Sorry we didn't have more time to interact, but I think it was a good idea to have you all there. And please join me in thanking everybody on the panel. I think we learned, some of us anyway, learned quite a bit today. So thank you. At this point, we will go down to the. I also want to thank the interpreters who have worked tirelessly so that everyone can benefit on the. And I have to say, most of you did not use the headphones in this room, but because the conference is being web streamed in 4 languages, these discussions are then accessible to people, anyone who understands those languages. So that's the value of technology, and old technology and new technology. And now may I invite the panelists, perhaps we stay up here. Why don't we just stay? And Igor Search has to be there somewhere. Yes. Okay. Is it okay? You wanted to be on the table. Okay, you can come. You come here.
I also have a short presentation. Is there... Okay. So, as I'm aware to be the last obstacle from more pleasant things that will happen in the afternoon, I'll try to be not too long. So, dear participants, dear speakers, dear colleagues, thank you very much for all of your contributions to the 7th ANSTRA conference, which happened during the past 2 days. I am pleased to report that our event had over 2 registered participants from Europe and the world, and as Jan said, we also have over 50 participants in virtual mode. It is also worth noticing that the structure of the participants' profiles was also very diverse, ranging from representatives of relevant international organizations, associations, regulators, operators, industrial companies, academic institutions, and non-governmental organizations. We also had a wide variety of speakers and panelists from different fields, and I would like to again express my great gratitude to all of them for taking their time to be here with us. We had the opportunity to receive and share information and experiences on 4 different yet connected topics. It was my pleasure to be able to learn from the presentations, to observe discussions, and to exchange opinions, both formal during the agenda topics, as well as less formal during the breaks and social events. I would like to emphasize that personal contacts are extremely important and valuable for all of us. Sorry. During the I'm sorry. Okay. During the introductory session, we had the honor to hear from 5 high-ranking representatives addressing the main current priorities of their organizations. The conference was introduced as a whole, and it was underlined already during this session that despite the growing interest of nuclear, it will not be possible to move forward without strong regulators which collaborate among themselves, and NSREC has therefore a very important role advising both the European Commission and regulators. The aim of NSREC, of its work, as well as the work of the 3 NSREC working groups, was also presented. Also, the support from VENRA is important in this changing context with new strategy and common positions which can help regulators to prepare, while as prominent work of HERCA and radiation protection rules are somehow wider. The Nuclear Energy Agency has also a big role on international stage, being available for regulators in a number of sectors, perhaps to highlight human resource area. The first topical section addressed for us especially regulatory challenges. It was also necessary to highlight once again, unfortunately still ongoing Russian aggression and the issue of ensuring nuclear safety in Ukraine, with proposed actions to ensure the security of the supply of nuclear fuel from other countries and to develop sustainable supply chains by themselves, not having to cooperate or to be dependent on the Russian Federation. It is also important to know similar activities in any other countries and support to Ukraine. We listened to presentations and speeches of the European Commission, regulatory bodies, industry, international organization, and an NGO. We can agree that there are some challenges that regulatory bodies will be facing in performing their functions in the future. Thus, they need to have a robust organization to address this changing context and to be competent, independent, and transparent. The question of readiness for the anticipated projects, new reactors, and new technologies was raised. How to deal, for example, with digital technologies, capabilities of artificial intelligence. Besides, with new stakeholders, different new security issues being raised. The level of safety and security culture of new players is therefore very important. So the regulators must be able to anticipate and doubt all the time. Besides, the vendors will be often very experienced. The regulators need to be also flexible with more goal-oriented, technology-neutral, and less prescriptive approach to accept and anticipate new developments and technologies. Regulators need to be prepared to cooperate with the licensees during the procedures, as well as meet the high external expectations, remain independent, transparent, and still maintain the efficiency and credibility. It must be ensured that, despite regulators respond to new opportunities, to focus on delivering on time and on budget, safety and security are an overall priority. The importance of good proactive communication with public was also mentioned many times. Also for the operator side, to become sustainable with new projects, mentioned regulation adjustments are necessary, as well as broad international collaboration. It was also presented what characteristics should the trusted regulator have. where there could be, of course, some cultural differences. Besides, it is always necessary to ensure that after political decisions, regulators act independently in those areas where they have responsibilities and competencies. The next session introduced an issue of higher relevance for the current global situation in our field of work, meeting the capacity building needs within the nuclear sector. We had the opportunity to hear the views of regulators, European Commission, international organizations and operators. Keeping competent manpower and lack of manpower is a common problem for almost all stakeholders in the nuclear sphere. We will have to be innovative in searching for talents. On the other hand, for now, it seems sufficient resources are provided, at least to a majority of regulators. It was also mentioned a couple of times that there is an increased need for staff with non-nuclear background, thereby knowledge sharing, knowledge management, knowledge preservation is one of the key elements for our organizations. It is also necessary to have strong technical support organizations. While the question is whether a common international solution or European solution in this area would be a good idea. It is encouraging that more attention is being devoted to the gender balance and support to the women seeking employment in the nuclear sector. The priority of activities at the IEA and NEA clearly shows how important areas of diversity and inclusion are. In addition, it is a strong link to safety culture and other so-called soft areas. The first-of-a-kind session on climate change provided a vibrant and stimulating dialogue on a globally important issue. An academic, a regulator, and two representatives of international associations presented their views and suggestions on provided an overview and possible worst-case scenario consequences on the problem that obviously reaches far beyond just the nuclear area. The impact of climate change could affect the operation of nuclear installations, and adaptations are needed on the operators as well as on the regulators' side. It is good to hear that both have already or plan to implement the necessary measures for existing reactors as well as also for new builds to make plants more resilient. Besides external hazards taken into account by the design and considered later in the stress test after Fukushima, a reconciliation is carried also through regular PSRs every 10 years. It was mentioned also that a broader view is necessary regarding climate change impacts on individual facilities. Also, a systematic approach and trying to foresee necessary modifications and carry out them in a timely manner. New builds have different perspectives. The uncertainties here are greater, but a more robust design can be considered in the beginning. Overall, intense international cooperation and holistic approach will be necessary to handle future threats. Anyway, it should be mentioned that the international community has predominantly recognized nuclear power as an acceptable energy source which can contribute to mitigating the climate change effects. Due to the extensiveness and complexity of the topic, The fourth session on SMRs was divided into two subtopics. The first part concentrated on the industrial as well as safety and regulatory challenges, including the need and proposal of collaboration between the regulators and industry to benefit on both sides in a way that would not compromise regulators' independence. The importance of interaction with public on the basis of transparency, openness and inclusion was also emphasized. The recently established European Industrial Alliance was introduced as a part of 2040 decarbonization target framework, and we were also provided with brief introduction of different existing SMR concepts and initiatives. Presented industrial expectations included standard designs, international harmonization of requirements, importance of pre-licensing, as well as joint early reviews, and acceleration of licensing and construction processes. Besides, some open questions were raised for the future for different issues related to safety of SMRs, for example, on technology, modularity, expected safety margins, fuel, security, red waste, and lack of operational experience, if I mentioned just some of them. It was mentioned many times that the level of safety should not be reduced, and we have to foster well-informed public debate. The second part tackled the emerging regulatory and licensing challenges. As already introduced during the first part, many SMR designs proposals already exist, and more are expected to follow. This variety raises a new challenge for the regulatory bodies on how to adapt their licensing approaches to different designs. The experience of different regulators so far proved to be very diverse. Undoubtedly, there will be a need for intensely coordinated cooperation on bilateral, multilateral, and international level. As we could see in some countries, the renewal of legislation, regulatory framework, or guiding documents is underway to allow new technologies to be regulated and to have clear and smooth licensing procedures for new facilities. There was also a discussion about ANSREC's role in the European SMR Industrial Alliance. It was mentioned a couple of times that regulators should be more interactive with industry in a sense of early engagement, not to be influenced by industry, but to understand better and to be prepared for future challenges on both sides early enough. To briefly sum up the main findings, we are in a period of rapidly changing environment, introducing a range of new technologies and challenges which will require innovative working methods and approaches. Two areas that need our intensified attention are unfortunately still armed conflicts and situation in Ukraine, and on the other hand, challenges of climate change. I believe that we all share the opinion that close and open collaboration between all stakeholders is essential in order to tackle the upcoming problems and challenges. Let me now share some of my final thoughts and remarks before we head out for the last informal gathering of our event. I am truly honored to have had the opportunity to chair the 7th European Nuclear Safety Conference. It was my great pleasure to listen to distinguished experts, their knowledge, their experiences. Moreover, I was enthusiastic about the many intense and very fruitful debates and discussions that took part during these 2 days. This only confirms that nuclear safety is an issue to be dealt with on an international as well as interdisciplinary level, and by constant cooperation as well as open communication. I think this proved to be even more important during the present newly emerging and previously somehow unknown challenges that we are facing in these times. Again, I would like to express my gratitude to the European Commission team for welcoming us all here and for making this conference possible. Also, dear Anne, I would like sincerely thank you for all your very hard work and for your professionalism in moderating this event. Yes. I think that I speak in the name of the whole auditorium that your questions, your contributions, your interventions really significantly enhance the quality of the debate and the quality of the whole conference. Thank you. So, dear participants, I've come to an end. I just wish you all the best, wish you safe travel back home, and I hope that we shall convene and see each other in the next this kind of conference. Thank you so much.